Hello, 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 and welcome to stream. We are here, back with Wardens, with a new character. So we are running a little bit late. So I'm gonna quickly swap over here. I'm also experimenting with something new with the camera today, so I'm curious to see how it'll pan out. So hello, hello. Yes.
Do you want a bell? So we usually, depending on the situation with the thing, we hit the bell for people like coming into the thing, so people know like, oh, there's something coming from the shore. Do you want that or not? It's optional. It's like a thing if someone's been seen, quote unquote, situation. So
I'd say probably yes, if it's usually to herald someone coming in.
it's the quote unquote the one guy who sits in the lighthouse all day looking forward situation. If you don't see it, it means the fact that either he's sleeping or he missed you. So
Yeah,
tell you if you want to play it.
I think they'd probably see him, because he's not exactly being stealthy about the entrance in.
Right, you good?
I think so, yes.
All right, go into the boat and hold on to it till I teleport you.
Alright, roger that. Firmly held. Firmly grasping, but yes. This dashing fellow. Alright, so we're going to be coming in by boat, and this dashing fellow's name is Aballister Sterling. Should be teleported any second here. I don't want to let go, just in case. There we go. Alright. Under the ocean. Alright, let's do one last quick check. Make sure everything's looking good. Camera's looking good.
Town. Yeah, is that way. Whoops.
You're invisible.
That
There we go.
way.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that far, so you'll be seen rather quickly.
Roger that.
So
Then you said locomotion
I can
off
place face
stops
the
the up and down part?
yes, locomotion off, place face up, and then you could slowly move yourself. You could set the boat to the height if you
Roger
want. And you set the
that.
place face you into it.
Yeah, that could work.
Okay, I'll set it up above you at least. Oh, I wish I could. Hang on.
There we go. Alrighty. I guess here goes nothing.
Yep. It's easy if you're sitting also too. So sit, and then you can also just hold on to it. I usually put my hand on my thigh to vest it, and thus I can make it smoother.
Right. Okay. Alright, there we go.
You good to go?
I think so.
Alright, I'll go ring a bell. You can stop moving, it'll take you a bit.
Oh, I'm nervous. But here we go. Let's try and level out the boat, and... I'm also, real quick, going to turn off nameplates. There we go. Gotta slowly coast our way in. I think it's more to be inferred that there was a ship just out of view here. Oh, I think we are going a bit too high. To go down a bit. A little scuff. Because the ocean floor is apparently a lot higher than I thought. Go down. There we go. Rest our palm. This is janky.
Good morrow, sir.
Well, ahoy there.
Hello.
I do presume that this is Leafside, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Need a hand.
That would be
pleased to
much
meet you.
appreciated.
I'm Fraser Farm. I'm one of the Harbor Watch.
I see.
Uh,
Aballister Sterling.
Okay.
A pleasure.
Good to meet you, sir. Just ladders here. Can't reach down further enough. Let's get over the ladder. I'll help you up.
Very
Probably
good.
go over there, take a quick look at your boat, make sure that I doubt there's any contraband. It's kind of a small boat, but
Of course.
procedure is procedure.
This might not be the most graceful dismount. Give me just a moment.
Take your time. Take your time.
There we go. I'll just disappear for a moment.
No. Hey, what was the bell for?
This lad.
Ah, salutations. Pleasure to meet you.
Pretty fancy looking.
Aballister Sterling.
Let's see. I'm gonna hedge either a traveling bard or a mercenary with a flair for the theatric.
I suppose a bit of both. I call myself
all right.
scholar, warrior, poet. At your service.
Yeah, definitely a bard.
Should be fine.
Well, if you're into men, you'll do great here. If you're into women, most of us are gay.
I see. Quite the introduction.
Seems like your boat's all
Bards
fit
are always
and
looking to
fair.
stay a night with someone in new places.
As for fees for docking and stuff, I'm actually not too sure what the prices are. You'll have to talk with our harbor master, Mr. Quinn.
I know
Very
the
well.
places.
Do you know? Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So you're just
mostly a hired muscle.
docking the small boat here? Or...
Yes. I suppose I
come
don't
with
have
a
much more
big-
use of it
okay.
now.
Okay. So, if you're just docking that, how long you plan to be around for?
Well, this was a temporary transportation to here, so I think I'll be staying at least for a little while.
Alright, in that case, it's gonna be 7 silver.
Ah, I see. I believe I should have just enough for that here. Ah, there you are.
Thank you. Alright, you
So
should be all
you'll-
set. I'll let the harbor
get that to
master
Gwyn.
know that you've paid your docking fee.
Very good. Thank you.
Perfect.
And apologies one more time.
Yes,
What was
this
your
is Frey.
name again?
She's a
Yes,
Oh.
Miss Frey.
Frey, Talia.
Ophelia.
Ophelia. An absolute pleasure to meet you all.
Good to meet you.
Welcome to Leafside.
Indeed. I do hope that this will be a joyous stay.
If you're looking for a meal, I highly recommend our cafe here. It's the building with the brick exterior. It might not be
Ah,
open
I
yet.
see, I
It's still a
see.
bit early, but should open fairly soon.
Coffee, baked goods, whatnot. If not, there's the tavern, which opens a little later in the day. And if you're really strapped for a meal, you can talk to the town guard, and they'll usually let people grab something from their barracks, which is through town hall here.
Ah, I see. Well, I suppose I'll explore my options, but from the sound of it, I should find the harbour master first. Is there a description of this man?
He is
White hair, dark elf,
Mm.
you know, palish purple skin. He usually wears a... Ah, God, what's he usually wear? Sleeveless shirt? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's sleeveless. Not sure
Yeah.
the word for the style. Has a it's like a cutlass, isn't it? Or not cutlass.
Yeah,
Sword on his one
cutlass
hip.
or
A
saber.
bit like your sword. Saber, that's the word. Thank you.
Very well.
Yeah,
I think that should be enough to go off of.
that's what it is.
Yeah. There's not too many dark elves around here. Few here and there.
I see, I see.
If I see him, I'll be sure to point him your way. Not sure
Thank
if he's
you.
out on business today or not. And we'll see. Alright. I'm thinking that's everything, so I'm gonna leave you on your way, because I need to go find someone I saw running past, because I purchased something from them. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Indeed, thank you. And of course, a pleasure. Both of you as
Good
well.
to meet you as well.
Now look at this. A grand place. Now, I do need to make sure that I square away all of my toggles. Let's pop that on real quick. And we do have a... Mesod was helping me get this ready just before session, so... Whoa, big lag there. He does have a slight issue with the posture, where he's kind of like reclined back a bit. But it is what it is. Otherwise, we got our expression good. I think the smirk will work. There we go. All right. I suppose we should find ourselves about the town. Righty. Harbour Master first. Of course, very good. We got our locomotion on. Now, this is quite the sight. Now, I will also say that, as far as the story planned for good old Aballister here, there is more than meets the eye, and I plan on putting out a little video that I can put together that will explain his story in more detail, including some optional spoilers for anyone that wants to see. But for now, he is pointedly taking in as much as he can about the town. Let's also slightly go up a bit. Now, the one issue, I believe, is that it is quite early in the day, so many folks are still going to be inside. So, let's have ourselves a walk. Assess the size and state of the town. It does appear that there's still some damages from some sort of either invasion or catastrophe. Very curious indeed. I do want to double check all of the proper equipment. Very good, very good. Right, I think our expressions are good as well. Should be fine with the smirk for now. Then I'll need to remember to use the hat-to-hand toggle. The one slightly disorienting thing about it is that at the moment I can't see it when it's in my hand, so I need to remember to put it back on my head. I also need to get down a proper walk cycle for this lad. Not sure. I need to figure out all of his mannerisms. But it seems like this is pretty studious when he's speaking in a professional manner. Right, so I'm looking for a Mr. Gwyn. So perhaps I should speak with a local individual to see if I can find his perhaps place of operation residence. The cafe does still seem to be closed for the moment. I am playing it off that he doesn't have too much coin on him at the moment. Perhaps only 5 or so gold pieces or something like that. So whilst we are mostly unsupervised, let's have a look about the town's various entrances. It does appear that there's a back entrance to the keep. And quite the solid gatehouse. Very curious. I was also slightly rushed at the start of session, so I haven't had the proper time to figure out this camera and get it down perfectly. So I do believe the only part of him that is greened out is the feather on top. That's probably a bit more gray compared to the actual thing, which is this nice seafoam green. But it feels so strange to be going about as a full character instead of a guard. Seems the town is making up a bit. Very good. I suppose I'll most likely need to stay by the dockside to see if this harbour master makes an appearance. Or perhaps I could solicit the town hall. If I were to make an educated guess, that seems something like a harbour master's house. It is hard to say. It seems like a lot of people are late joining today. I do believe Liquid was here. Actually, he might be late, so might not be able to speak to Gwyn for a while. So perhaps we should focus more on the cafe first. But alongside that, we need to find ourselves some proper housing for the night, somewhere to sleep and rest our head, as well as a way to earn some money. We need to pay for our furnishings.
That was smart.
Let's get ourselves more acquainted with the layout of the town. This appears to be some type of store. Perhaps we'll inspect later. Let's take a look as to what might be this direction. Seems to be another exit out of the town. There appears to be some folks in this cemetery. Let's make one last paranoid check to make sure that everything is looking good. Perfect, perfect. I do believe our best bet on finding some of the folks we're looking for would be to stay near the town square. Perhaps make some introductions. Quite the crowd. Some interesting individuals. I believe those are some dark elves, but I don't think quite matching the description. They did mention some type of saber. It would appear that that direction is wholly undefended. Perhaps there is some sort of gatehouse further up. We could either wait for the cafe to open, or we could make ourselves into the main keep. At the moment, we don't know who might be part of the council or leadership of this city. That is something that I'm interested to find out. I've not as of yet seen any of the town guard. I do wonder if they're still inside. Perhaps all still waking up.
Feather.
Oh, hello there.
Oh. What the fuck? My.
Yeah, you
Hey, what?
can't do swinging it
What?
around like that if you're
Hold
running
on,
with this
hold
really
on.
dangerous,
Wait,
yo.
wait. Hold on. We train, yes? Okay, so hold like this. Okay, bled out. Okay. So, this stance, forward guard. You protect body. You swipe to side blows. You move up or down to block. And you are able to swing, yes? It's not a loot, you silly! Look at you, you think this is loot. It's not even right way. You need to
Oh.
now is loot. Look, you have basset bottom. You're silly. This one does not know what the loot is. Why?
I'll trade you this one for that one.
Okay, just be careful.
I hand you his axe.
I would really like my axe back, please.
Okay, here you go.
Okay.
Well, now, this is quite the introduction.
Feather?
I would give you marble.
Oh, I'm
but I
afraid
do
not. I
have
couldn't
marble.
possibly part with it.
I got a marble, here you go.
He's a cool feather, I understand.
Oh, is it?
Hello, I don't know who you are, but you look cool.
That one's,
Ah,
that
well,
one's
how rude of me.
the blue one.
A pleasure to meet you.
Here you go.
Blue.
Excuse me?
What? Okay.
Aballister Sterling.
It's blue.
Cece.
Ah. Seem to be quite the spirited sort.
Your middle name C, so you're C.
What?
Are you
No, I'm just
Cece?
Cece. I'm just Cece.
I see. You are CC.
He said a lot of names. I don't know which name to call him because he said two names. So he has
Probably
two
the
names.
first one.
Oh. What was your first one?
Aballister.
Al.
Or you could call me Sterling if it's easier.
Sterling. I can do that.
Sterling. Yes, we can. Yes.
I can do that.
Indeed.
Cool.
And I
Yeah,
have
what do you think?
had introductions with Cece here, but who might you be?
I am shipbuilder. I'm Ruben.
Aballister Sterling. A pleasure.
It's pleasure. I do not have such fancy clothes. And sadly, my brothers grow better beard. I
Oh,
want to be
piece posh.
feathered like yours one day. This will be next plan.
I put it on my back.
You and me, we will become. Yes, you have one back. However, you have wrong way. You grab from back, and you will have wrong. Do not bap me. There you go. Now he's good.
Yeah, I did it. You're
Do you
you're
need
now my
water?
friend. You're now my friend. What? Water?
Hello. Do you need water?
No, I'm good.
Your voice is
Good.
catchy.
I'm sorry. I can't help that, to be honest.
You sound parched. Oh, you are losing voice from sneeze. I see.
I have been
We've
like
gained
this
an
since
understanding.
yesterday, which feels like a week ago. But yesterday I'd been like this, so it's okay. I can't do anything to fix it, so I'm sorry if it's grating on the ears.
Well, it's not grading. I think you are parched, but you are not parched, so.
Yeah, no, unfortunately I'm not. I wish it was that simple. I
see.
wish that was my problem.
Instead, the problem is you are sneezing, and without the use of pepper, you have a cold.
And no, it just happens whenever
Oh,
I use too much mana. I mean, I'm not using too much. It's just disguise is hard. Just whoop. There you go. Now I'm a normal human person.
have you considered that? like his?
It could be a fine addition.
I'll trade you. Hold on. I'll trade you your hat for this cool tooth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't possibly part with it. This is like a companion to me.
You simply
You
get
keep a
that
pet hat?
commission.
Good hat. Good hat. Wait, is yours a pet hat too? What'd you name yours?
Oh, no, they're not a pet.
Is yours a pet
They're
hat?
just- No, no, please. I got a
It's a pet
handful,
hat.
please.
Pet.
What,
It's not a
what,
pet
what
hat,
Kitty?
but
What
it is
Kitty?
a
I
good
can
hat,
help.
yes. It's a bunch
I
of
can help.
it's a bunch of ingredients. It's all right. Thank you, though, Miss
Oh.
Susie.
I am teaching
I
him
was
to
told
wield
not
weapons.
to make art,
Oh, really?
so I make whatever this is.
That is an
Not to make
axe.
art.
Maybe you
Yeah, I
should
got in
know
trouble.
what the weapon is before you teach her how to swing it.
Ah, I see.
But that was what I was doing. I teach her
Did you
how
pick
to
a canvas
hold
in the wrong
correct
place?
first.
It was a room, and I painted the room. It was really cool. I did a good job with it. Very hard to fucking. That's wrong. You know what? I give up.
You
Close
should
enough.
use smaller. You will beat many doorways. It will be funny.
Yeah. You should meet the people. There's good people over there. I was just being a friend.
And there they go.
Indeed.
But yes, I am Ruben. I build a boat. Many people say I am most sane. I think they're lying. And
Oh,
now I'm
dear.
lying, actually.
Well, if you are a shipwright, do you know the harbour master?
I believe he's not woken up yet. He's a sleepy day. We built a boat yesterday. We pushed into water. So we are all
Ah.
very tired. Yes. It also does not help the coffee shop is not open, so I cannot get coffee. So instead, I must do with speaking to people, which is strange.
I suppose it can be.
I was, as they say, the non-sociable.
I see. Well, perhaps in time with a bit of practice.
Yeah. I mean, the dark people like me. It may be because I am so good I can nail hand with hammer to boat and then know where to place next nail.
I
Instead of
see.
going, my finger! Accidents happen when build boat.
Of course.
Are you new?
Yes, I just arrived this morning. That's why I was looking for the harbour master.
good.
I was directed his way.
Hmm. He has a cut waist like this. Open, wet shorts, wet hair, purple skin. Usually napping by 3. Maybe he's napping and I've simply not seen him because I'm too busy being training people on how to use X. So,
Well, I'll be sure to check that direction. Thank you very much, Ruben.
no problem. I'm going to go wander aimlessly while I think of lobster traps.
Well, a very interesting thought. Perhaps the cafe is almost open soon. I do believe that this would be the tree that he was referring to. I suppose I can make a swing by the docks, see if he has woken yet. I think perhaps it would have been a good idea if I asked him where exactly the harbour master lived. But perhaps not. I need to wait for him to awaken.
Hey there.
Ah, good day.
What's up?
Oh, well, I've recently arrived into the town. I'm not sure if you heard the bell.
No, I didn't hear the bell.
Ah, well, in that case, I am Aballister Sterling. A pleasure to meet you.
Okay, what would you like me to call you? That was a bit.
I suppose you could say Aballister or Sterling, if it's easier.
Okay, Aballister, right?
Indeed.
Okay. Any business, or you just here because travel, leave side, that kind of stuff?
Well, mostly travel for the moment, though I am looking for a place to stay.
So the inn and tavern is straight that way behind this row of building. It's going to be the row that's like that, right in the middle. Yeah.
I see, I see.
I'm Amelia. I am one of the lieutenants of the guard. I need to go find people. Talk to you
Very
later.
well. Take care. There's one of the members of the guard. I suppose I could try, see if the tavern is open at this hour. Though I would guess most likely not. Ah. Unless they have not yet changed their side for the day, I do believe that means that it should be open. Well, let's take a look.
I used to scrape on wall to say how many days.
Yeah, you and Solana both.
They asked for comment.
Stockfish was
I give sustamming to town people, and they all puke, and they say, "Do not make sustamming in the mind. We have to take away the magic portion to get good smell away."
It's the people on land. They got weak stomachs. No offense.
You can say this again. I should give you two sustamming, eh? I got big fish.
Like a floppy disc of bread.
You know, people like talking about their stomach just kind of makes me want to walk up and like.
Pancake. It's like a floppy disc of bread.
Sure, yeah.
Hello. He'll be around eventually.
You put butter on it. You put syrup on it. You put pork on it.
You think I like follow it, or you think I'm just gonna do it? Like,
Spongy-ish? Or like fluffy?
yeah, I might. Like, what do you think I should do?
There's people who are going, so you can still do things.
What? 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 What?
I will despair if they do not sell coffee.
Hard.
And it isn't tack either!
I'm not gonna take a flight outside.
Oh.
Hi, can I get you anything?
I should make hardtack for you sometime,
Yes.
just so you could see how
Something.
awful it is.
Alcoholic.
I
Anything.
know what to carry.
Sweet. Don't
Hey,
give me some of these.
Ezra,
What's up?
can I come into the kitchen real quick to make something?
Sure.
Cool. I'll be back.
Prepare for worst food of your life.
Great. I mean, I did.
Oh, hello.
Encourage us.
Unless it is zucchini.
There you go. It's a little sweet. But it's
Zucchini tastes disgusting. Have you had zucchini
Totally.
before?
I have tried it, yes.
Thank you.
It's terrible. It's
we have
just
pancakes
what?
and,
It's like lettuce, but not the
bacon and
leaf,
eggs
so you
as well,
don't
if
get
you would
to
like breakfast.
joke about returning to your roots. No, you just get to sit there and eat some like ugly green tube that tastes like water and plant piss. It's disgusting.
Ah, good day there.
Hello.
I was pointed this direction for perhaps a room. Do you have any available?
Oh, yes, we do.
So
How many
here's,
nights?
A latte for you. Visually, it's a latte.
I suppose for now just one.
It's asked for coffee. Here's some counterpop
Okay.
for you.
That would be 5 silver.
How much? How much?
Very well.
That will be 6 copper. And we'll do that.
Here you are.
And here's your key.
Thank you. And what room number would this be?
I haven't remembered the room numbers. You go up those stairs, and it is the first one in front of you.
All right.
Ah, very good. And also, pleasure to meet you. Aballister Sterling.
Esmeralda.
Here, I made an extra one for you.
Charmed. I suppose I'll go inspect my facilities.
And if you're feeling hungry or thirsty, we are making pancakes, and we have booze and juice that we can do as well.
Ah, that sounds delightful. I might just take you up on that.
Stew to soften it a bit, but I just want to show you. So you take one, I take one. Don't bite it.
Ah, so it seems like room 3 will be mine then. I think that might be new, or else I've never noticed it. Good, here we go. Not too shabby. And plenty of space for rest. Delightful. Well, I suppose I'm travelling light enough that I don't need to place any things. But it is good to get a lay of the land.
Call it ship's biscuit, so if anyone tries to give you that, same thing as hardtack.
Righty. I think with all of that settled, let's go back out and try and find our harbour master and see if we can find ourselves a way to get involved. Which I suppose once again would warrant a swing by the docks. The place to rest secure, perhaps we should now make our way into the town hall proper. It's quite the gathering there. I suppose there's never a better time. Well, well, now this is quite the place. And what is that?
Even as you walk in, the one thing you notice is the creature in the bottom half of the floor. With the recent reports of things called anathema being around, it looks eerily similar, but it's bigger.
Oh my.
You know that there's been a bounty on these creatures.
Good day there.
Something I can assist you with?
Yes, I
Acquaintance.
could not help but notice the creature that seems to be down there.
Indeed.
I take it the situation is under control then?
Indeed. Our guards are escorting them at this point in time. They're localized entirely to the current building.
Very
Now,
well.
Question for a question. Who might I be addressing?
Of course. How rude of me. Aballister Sterling. Scholar, warrior, poet. At your service.
Scholar, warrior, poet. Quite a few titles. And what brings you here, sir?
Well, I suppose I've been travelling a bit around the world so far. I just came from a rather unpleasant stay in the Zool region, and I've now headed this way towards Arran. I figured it might be nice to spend a few days at least.
Well, you've come to the right place, though I'm afraid the town hall isn't exactly the best location to find accommodations. Good morning, Flora. It's good to see you up.
Hello, where is the council meeting?
Upstairs. Take a right at the main doors there. Up and around and straight through the offices. There should be a stairwell all the way up.
I'm gonna gaslight the fuck out of them.
Wait, I'm sorry? Gas the what?
I also have this timetable. When I am about to die, I'm gonna eat lava so I can die not anyone what it tastes like.
That woman confuses me.
Indeed.
Okay, right. Can we take this outside?
Of course.
I'm afraid that while our friend down there is contained, they are not exactly used to new people. I said to that way and up. There's been some renovations.
Okay. Left to Lucy. Left.
Yes, though not one that I was invited to.
Don't know. Maybe someone already there.
Probably. I think actually Eva was going to take a look at it. If there's anything pertinent, she'll let me know. In any case,
Okay.
shall we?
Indeed. After you.
This way.
Oh. You two going up?
You said to let you know.
Oh. If you wish to attend, you can. Oh! Sorry, Flora. Did you make it all the way up there?
Yes, but I'm not supposed to attend. I wanted to see if I could pretend I am in the council and see how long it would take for them to actually kick me out. Because I'm bored.
You two can go up there as part of the guard. I'll catch up with you later.
I
Alright.
just think I should be able to break every rule I want because I am a little girl and I'm very special.
I don't think that's how it works. Just kind of inherently. But after you.
But look at me. I am a precious little girl. I'm so fragile and innocent. I would never hurt a fly. Look, the wave would blow me away.
I've seen
I
you
told you
break
not fight
a
like
were
you
creature in half. I don't
I'm
know
so
if I buy
tiny and so
that.
innocent. I could fit into someone's little pocket.
I. Are you? Is this gaslighting thing that you were speaking of earlier?
What is gaslighting?
I like this one already.
Oh, it's good to have you back, Flora. I haven't seen you for some
I know.
time. Right. Sorry. Flora, Mr.
Yes. Aballister Sterling.
Nice to meet you.
Mr.
I am Flora.
Sterling just finished a journey from Zool, it would seem.
Oh, that's a long way there.
They port here.
We have a tavern. They have food.
Ah, yes, I already made a stop there and arranged for some place to stay.
I see.
Oh, that's probably gonna be your safest bet. Unless you're like me and like to sleep on the trees. I love that.
By the by, Flora, have you seen Otto this morning?
I have not seen him. I just heard that he exploded a well.
He was.
Right. Well, okay. There was somewhat of an
No, no, no.
altercation last night.
Don't worry about that. Hi, everybody.
Oh, how did you...
My mistake.
Did you two go through the port? Oh,
We
okay,
did. I'm
alright.
so sorry. We tried to go back through the portal. There was no back through the portal. There was only forward. And I was like,
Yes,
fuck,
no, there
let's
was
go
only
back in.
forward. Okay, Luna. Well? Alright.
Maybe you should put a little like lantern on your
Bell?
head so people don't like stomp all over you.
Ha 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 ha. Thanks.
You're like so
Just
tiny and so
just-
small. I could just do this. It
I-
picks up. Like just do this.
I mean, yes, you could, hypothetically, but I mean, you, just loosely hanging.
lieutenants?
I think they're upstairs at the council meeting.
Good to see you. I'm not gonna disrupt you from your thing.
It's not a thing.
There you go. Put it down.
Thank you. Thanks. You'll find a town full of, actually rather nice people, though. Interesting folk.
Indeed.
I am not interesting. I'm simply bored, and I want to see how long I can push people to like accept the absurd. So far, I'm doing a good job.
Generally speaking, the absurd is most readily accepted in Leafside, from what I've seen. What is going on now? Apologies, sir.
Captain? Oh, Miss
Yes.
Sally, one of you, could you open up the training yard? I think Miss,
Oh, I can do that.
Leila wants to fight someone.
Oh dear.
Goodness. Well,
Opening up the training yard. Yes.
Oh, I
seeing
must
that
say,
there's a
sir,
renewed interest in sparring within the
I don't
town.
believe you've
Yes.
actually said your name as of yet.
I'm so sorry. Captain Tyrion Leduc, Leafside Guard.
A pleasure.
Pleasure.
Goodness.
You had a good meal. You had a breakfast?
She was supposed to stay inside.
Not yet. Oh, there we go.
Are you sure the situation is under control?
That's sure by the day. But at the moment, if she's not causing harm to everybody, then it's best that she gets accustomed to everyone and everyone accustomed to her.
I
You seem rather
suppose.
unperturbed by her presence, though. Not
Well,
the first
I
time
say-
seeing one.
I have heard of
Such-
similar occurrences and perhaps seen a little bit, but I'm used to extreme circumstances, some might say.
That you'll fit right in.
I hope so.
Shall I... I would like to catch up with you and swap stories at some point, but I do have some other business
course.
that I must attend to.
Absolutely,
In any
Captain.
case, welcome to Leafside. I
Thank
would
you.
like to hear a bit about your travels at some point soon.
I would love to tell the stories.
Of course. Morning, Thomas.
I thought we weren't
What's
going
with
to
the
let you
room?
out until we had this discussion.
I wasn't, and the guards were under strict orders to keep her inside. But apparently not. So, as it currently stands, not causing any harm to anyone, the town's getting used to her presence.
What part of the word deception do you not understand? They look harmless. At least that's apparently the point. Until we know...
You're saying that Luna looks harmless.
Hell no, she doesn't. She looks more terrifying than she did before, and I thought the claws are bad.
Thomas, have you met our guest here?
No.
Good day.
Tom's Wainscott.
Aballister
Librarian.
Sterling. Scholar, warrior, poet,
Long
at
ass
your
name.
service.
Oh, poet. Never mind. That makes sense. Aballister. Okay. Yes. No. Poets always have
Mr.
long
Sterling
names.
has concluded an expedition to Zool. He's making
Zool,
port in our
of all
town.
places.
Ah, yes, I've been making some trips around the world.
Zool is definitely one of the last places I would like to do. The heat would absolutely kill me.
It was certainly unpleasant, I will say, but, you make do.
Well, it doesn't look like you got scorched, so I'm guessing you had a very good ice protection. Or someone who really cared for you.
If you two will excuse me for a moment. Talia.
He'll do that a lot. Note. he
I
will
did
always
get the
do that.
impression.
He is one who runs a lot. Too trusting, not understanding most of what it is. Anyway, that's my opinion. Everyone form their own. He's a good man. Sometimes too good.
Indeed. One last thing.
Yeah.
You did say you were a librarian, correct?
Correct.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, at some point I would love to peruse your storage.
My guest. There's a few of us. If you find either Miss Amelia, she's one of our fishers, you'll see her. She excitable young witch. And we have Zia, and then Ipsum. That's actually Amelia's cousin. They all tend to work for me in the library. They can all lead you around if you can't find me. Other than that, it's usually open. Just I ask that people do not damage my books. They're quite expensive.
of course.
And it's hard to get some in.
I would not wish any harm upon it. And I do take it that Amelia is a different one from the rabbit-eared one I saw earlier.
Yes. Yes, no, this is not a rabbit. She's normal human. Well, you know what I mean, normal, but...
I understand your meaning.
Is he going to take... He's going to miss the entire meeting. If he ever decides to show up, well, maybe he'll catch the end.
Oh dear.
You have a good day.
You as well.
If
Take
you
care.
haven't had the chance, I recommend grabbing something from a fine cafe. They tend to do very wonderful baked goods in the morning. especially if they
Indeed.
get a fresh pot going. Anyway, you have a good one.
Well, perhaps it's time for the cafe.
He's a nice bloke, just a bit hard to decipher with his accent sometimes.
Good day.
Good day. You new in town? I haven't seen your face before.
Indeed I am. I only arrived, but this morning.
Ah, well, welcome to Leafside, if no one has said it yet. I am Kixelden. I am part of the Smithing Guild, one of the carpenters. Who might you be?
I am Aballister Sterling, warrior, scholar, poet.
Aballistus? Ah, well, very good. A pleasure. And what might you do for an occupation?
Well, I suppose that depends on the circumstance. At the moment, I am currently looking for a way to scrounge up a bit more funds.
I see. You have any skills in, like, the trades of crafting or smithing and the likes and such?
I'm afraid not too much in the more conventional crafts, but I am quite skilled in the scholarly ways.
Oh, scholarly. So, a book person, yes. You like to read and study things?
Indeed. I do love good stories and writing them down.
In what area? Yeah, did you... Well, you were speaking to Thomas, yes? He was...
Indeed I
part
was.
Of, like, libraries and whatnot. Did he have anything to say about, say, an apprenticeship or something along those lines?
I didn't have the chance to broach the subject, but that could be interesting.
It's possible. Either him or Amelia. Shorter lass with a little bit of a wizard pointy hat and glasses. She also is kind of privy to those things as well, so she might be worth having a conversation with as well. But,
Indeed.
I wish you the best.
Well, an absolute pleasure meeting with you.
Well, likewise. You find yourself well here in town.
Indeed. Do take care.
Try not to cause any trouble.
I wouldn't wish for it.
Take care of yourself.
And you as well.
There are other individuals within the kingdom that have become aware of their presence.
I can hear someone's using the washer somewhere in the house. I assume that's why my microphone is lighting up so much. Let me... Oh yeah, that's picking up. Good day. It is quite the situation. Interesting indeed. Good day. Righty. Seems to be a sort of notice board here. Ah. It appears they have a temple of some kind. The Lady of Sloth. Ah. I suppose that might be the library right there. I assume with the advertisement that it is most likely open to the public. And look at this, quite the assortment. Stacked high and low. They even have their own globe. Goodness, and the halls seem to go on and on. Some nice quaint spots for reading. Curious. This would appear a scene of something that would be hidden rather than openly displayed in a library. Curious. Whilst we have a moment of peace here, I'm going to steal a drink. Drink a bit of water. A little bit of tea. Excuse me. And apologies again for the loud washer noises in the background. Hopefully that should not be too long. Right here. Perhaps. Yes, perhaps I might go find my room at the tavern for a moment. So that I can take a quick moment to collect myself and grab a bit more water and perhaps see if I can take care of the washer.
It's just whatever she feels like.
Alrighty. So we have a pretty good introduction to the town so far. We've been able to meet both a librarian and what seems to be the captain of the guard as well. I'll fix that when I come back. Hips out of joint, but I'm going to take a quick break here. Grab a little water, use the restroom. I will be right back. Then we will continue our introduction. Be right back. Alrighty, we are back. Test, test, test. Very good, very good. Our hip is slightly askew. Just do a quick recalibration. Let me just peek here, but also first let's close this stuff. There we go. Alright. Let me adjust this down a bit. Okay. I think that should be fairly good. I can see them all back there in the mirror. Okay. How is this looking? Oh, that's good to know. Whenever I reset the model, either I didn't have smirk on, or it resets the expressions, so I'll need to bear that in mind. And then, whoop. There we go. And whilst we have a second here to mess around a bit, do have our fancy rapier. That we also have, see if I can get the right spot, a nice rondel dagger, which is more squared and good for piercing. So we've got ourselves a fancy dagger and rapier fighting style. And in case you're wondering about that strange little floating shield thing, we do have a little bit of magic. And I won't show it all off right now, but I'm going to test out the shield here. And Mez was saying that I should be able, although, let me... no, that should be fine. Stick that over there. Mez was saying that I should be able to grab this with fizz bones, but... okay. That doesn't seem to be quite working. But yeah, how's that look on the camera? Okay, good. It's mainly yellow, so it's... Also, I'm curious how far that goes. Oh yeah. I'll need to look into shrinking that distance there on the OBS so that there's not a big yellow cloud whenever I do this. Good to note, good to note. But yeah, we got a big old light magic shield here, which yes, he does have a light magic affinity. Then we can also do some other stuff, but I'll save that for later. I think you could tell a bit by the toggles. It's a dashing man. And we do have some other equipment that we will be working out a bit. He does have some throwing daggers, but the system isn't quite finished quite yet. And I'm also in character going to look about purchasing a loot. We'll see how that goes. It almost looks wrong without the hat. But alright, we got our smirk. I think we should be good to head back out there. Yeah, there's definitely something off about the torso here. You can see it when I go like this, that he's kind of got like a slouched back going on, but we'll adjust that over the week. But for now, I'm quite happy that he's able to be in here. So let me do away with that. Make sure we're on the right smirk. There we go. Alright. We should, give you one last check, be good to go. I also want to do one last quick recalibration here. I notice he has a tendency to kind of slouch his legs a little bit. And I'm not sure if I'm floating or if that's just this floor. Let me peek one more time. Yeah, we're good. Just grab, smack. There we go. Perfect. Let's go back out on the town. That's disorienting. Flips you back the other direction. Alright. Let's make our way back out.
Population decline.
Right here. And here we are. So, let us see if the cafe, that still appears to be closed. I suppose we could start looking about the library, though they did also mention something about the training yard and some sort of fight. So I would be curious to see about that. Some folks over there.
By his ears and the thing.
By his ears, that was fun.
I'm surprised how stretchy goblin ears are. I didn't know that.
It seems like a sensitive area. It's so like cartilage riddles, you know. You think it'd be a little painful. Something with goblins, they're just built different, I suppose.
Terrible.
Right here. I do believe that washer in the background is on its final cycle, so I'm going to try and not speak to people for the little bit of time there. Let's go take a peek over by the training arena. Now, it did appear that this place was all locked up tight at the start of the day. Ah, quite the place. Good day there. Oh no. They're having some trouble. Oh, oh. Good day.
Good morning.
Hello there. Salutations.
Hello. Good day. Are you a bard?
I suppose yes.
There you go. Oh, I can tell by your footsteps.
By my footsteps.
They're blind. They're blind.
Ah, I see. I suppose I might have a lighter step than most. Indeed.
Yes. Sometimes you need to do a little jig.
I suppose, though I'm less the dancing type and more of the speaking and playing.
Understood. Crowd motion. Light footsteps are good for crowd motion. You can move all around all the stage.
Indeed.
But also, like footsteps to use a nice rapier, because rapiers are not easy.
Indeed. But how rude of me. A pleasure to meet you both. Aballister Sterling, at your service.
Oh. I'm Sylvie.
Pleasure to meet you, Sylvie.
Kyle.
And Kai. Pleasure as well.
Oh.
Have you both been in Leafside for a long while?
Couple days for me.
Ah, I see.
A few months now.
Right, right.
And you just get here? Or?
Just this morning, yes. I arrived by the docks.
Oh. Oh, that's what that bell was that woke me up.
Apologies for that.
That's fine. I came in by boat myself. I came from Astana.
Ah, I see. It wasn't too long ago that I was there. It's quite a beautiful place.
It really is. I do miss Drakengard. I miss the wind.
Indeed.
But I'm fine with it here.
I suppose the ocean drafts do somewhat help make up for the wind.
A little bit, yeah. It's not as push me around as over there, but this one is
Indeed.
a decent, nice breeze. What brings you here?
Well, I suppose I've been,
Making
of
money?
course, always keeping an ear out for that, but I suppose I am a bit low on coin, but I've been travelling about the world, hoping to try and find and see new sights. And I've now come to Aaron.
Oh, nice. I'm here to find a friend, and I found them, so I've just been staying with them, and they've been helping me out with stuff, personal reasons.
I see. Well, that's certainly quite handy.
Yeah, I lucked out and picked the right place.
If only all of us could be so lucky.
I know, right? That would be great.
I don't suppose either of you have seen the harbour master about today, have you?
I don't know who that is. I don't.
I was
might have
told
met
that they
them,
were
but I
a
don't know which
Mr.
one's which.
Gwyn. Dark-haired fellow, white
I
hair.
haven't sensed them. I haven't sensed them in a bit. I know their footsteps. They're usually around the food area. Sometimes they walk in the square, and they do walk outside a bit sometimes. But I don't believe I hear their footsteps currently.
Indeed. I was told that I should go find them at some point. But good day.
Good day.
Hello.
Are they still having that council meeting?
Are they? I didn't know it already started. Is Jasmine awake then, if that's happening?
I saw her around. She's not in the council. I don't know. I don't know if she's
Oh.
in there, but
I know
she's
that
not
she
a
wanted to
council
talk to
member.
them. She had, like, information for them.
Oh, then she probably is in the. I don't know.
Okay.
I might see. I don't know. I don't know where they hold them other than in there somewhere. But that is a very big building.
It is a big building.
So.
I wouldn't know. Do you need through?
Yes, I might as well go in. Oh wait, the door is probably locked now that I think about it, if they're doing a council
Probably.
meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never mind. I will just suffer outside.
Oh, okay.
The lack of not knowing.
Damn.
I revel in the unknown. The unknown excites me.
I guess it does for some people.
And who was that individual?
Fuck. Yeah, there.
Sorry, one more time?
Elisand is
Elisand.
local dryad. Yes.
I see. Do they work with the town leadership then?
A little bit of everything, I suppose. He helps out a lot.
I see, I see. Do you know when perhaps the cafe might open?
Depends on who's awake, because I don't know who's running it right
I
now.
haven't sensed the owner's footsteps either. A lot of people haven't sensed their footsteps. Town has been very quiet.
I did hear that.
I mean, there's a meeting going on, so most
That
of
is
them are
true.
probably in there.
I did also hear that supposedly yesterday there was some sort of scuffle.
Yeah, yeah, there
Look
was.
me up.
Never mind. I quickly realized they can't lock the door. There is no door. It's just a hole.
There is? Wait, what happened
There's
to
a-
the
there-
door?
The door's broken. It's like literally just. It's just off its hinges. It's gone.
I take it that was part of the scuffle.
Maybe? I mean, our scuffle was on the other side of the town. That way.
Yeah, I remember hearing roaring and clashing of like clawed metal, and then a lot of skittering.
Well, first we had the monsters come out of the well, and we got rid of them. Then
Out of the
Phoenix
well?
went on a rampage. We had to restrain him. So that's probably the metal part.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Yeah, he apparently wanted to rage against these monsters, so he took in negative emotions from a spirit, but there weren't any more by the time he got there, so he kind of had to let it out on everyone else.
Oh dear. Poorly timed then.
Yeah, pretty much. It was, we almost died. It was something else, though.
Them.
Did the fight have anything to do with that anathema creature I've seen roaming about?
Not that one.
I see.
I don't think so.
That is a very curious case. Have they been in town long?
It really is.
From what I know, that is a person, but
yeah.
they transformed.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yeah.
That is interesting news to hear. I thought that they were simply mindless beasts.
No, I don't. Well,
No.
they were here and they were watching two people fight, one through another one, and apparently they got up, grabbed the person that threw the person, and threw them as well. I don't know how intelligent they are. I never
They
interacted
have-
with them.
They still have a sentience, they just can't express.
Yeah, they screech and hurt my ears.
Same.
I see. The captain seemed tentative about controlling the situation.
Yeah, he
Oh,
that didn't happen.
Yeah, it's fine. The
He
sounds-
seems to be doing well with it. I'm not too sure what's happening. It's not really my verdict anyway. The people of the town that the meeting, I think.
I think
Ah,
it's fine.
is that what the
Don't be
meeting is about?
aggressive and nothing will happen.
I don't know what it's about. All I know is the people in there are usually the ones dictating what's happening.
I suppose that would make sense.
So
Yeah,
I don't
listen,
know.
a
I
lot
don't know who's on the
happened.
council and who's not. So
Is it the council that rules Leafside? Is there a lord presiding?
there's a mayor.
A mayor?
Never
I
met
see.
them. But there is a mayor. There's a
Very
mayor, and then
interesting.
there's different positions to help with the town. Like, I think there was a treasurer, but I think they're gone now because they left or something. I don't know. I think that position is now filled by someone else. I don't know.
Do you think they might have any need of a scholar?
Probably.
Oh, probably,
You
yeah.
can definitely ask.
There's this. Find there's this wolf dog-like person with a staff, a very large staff with a big and like book inside of it. Her name's
Oh,
Tom.
was that a... Yes, I have met Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, talk to him.
Right here.
He, yeah, he should give you. He's very smart from what I've saw.
He did seem very studious.
Yeah.
Yeah, he watches over all the books. Sometimes too. And also does a lot of stuff for the town on the technical side.
I see, I see. Well, perhaps I can help in some way here for the short time that I'm here.
I'm sure you can.
Indeed. Well, I suppose it was an absolute pleasure speaking with the both of you. Sylvie, Mr. Kai.
You too.
Oh, I think that's one of the lieutenants I met earlier.
I think so, yeah. At least I know they're a guard.
Mhm.
They get feisty, if, especially with the spirits.
I'll bear that in mind.
Yeah, they are very fire.
I see. Well, do take care, the both of you. I'll see you around.
You too. Bye-bye.
I think we're doing pretty well so far. Still not open. That's a shame.
It is a concrete style brick.
I need to find an alternate mannerism that fits him so that I'm not constantly having one arm behind the back. My arm's already getting tired. I think that's that guard and the anathema going about. Very, very strange. And I don't think I've met that one. I think that matches the description of the other Amelia they were describing. They do seem to be busy. Perhaps I'll try and find them later. That makes our list of things to do, to speak to Thomas about perhaps a scholar position. Speak with Amelia at some point as well. Otherwise, I believe we just need to find some more accommodations about the town. At a glance, I would guess that is some sort of paladin sort. Though I do know that looks can be deceiving. If that side is the library, I am curious what that direction holds. This is quite the nice spot up here. It's a nice, good view of the town as well. Ah, there's the apothecary, good to note. And the tavern is the Dreamcatcher. I do need to remember that. They did say that there was a temple somewhere around here. I do wonder. It seems that this edge of the town has certainly received most of the punishment. Curious how long the rebuilding effort has been underway. And I think that's the same symbol that was on that advertisement on the notice board. This might be perhaps either the temple or someone affiliated with its home. Good day again, Miss Frey.
Liking the town so far?
Indeed, it certainly made quite the impression. Have you been here long yourself?
It's good to hear. Not super long. For about, I think, the past month. A little bit.
I see.
I might be remembering that wrong, but not for too long. But it's been very kind to me, which I'm liking.
Indeed, the folks are very pleasant here. Though I was hearing a bit about the scuffle yesterday. Did you know anything about that?
Not too much. I was busy hanging around the doctors because I wanted to make sure they were safe, and figured if they needed anyone to go run and grab things, best to let them deal with stuff. They were actively dealing with the situation, so I didn't see much of the monsters and such, but
I see, I see.
a bit frightening, the what I've heard. I'm just happy it's been dealt with.
Indeed.
Or,
Was
I
it
hope it's
the
dealt with.
anathema responsible?
To my knowledge, yes. At least with the attacks and such. They were getting in the town somehow from some tunnel down in the sewers, but
I heard it was a well
Mr.
somewhere.
Otto just... Oh, maybe. Well, no, I think the well's an entirely different thing. But regardless, Mr. Otto detonated the tunnel and should be able to get in now.
Well, that's good to hear. Is Mr. Otto one of the council members here?
I actually don't know. I know he's a scholar, mage of some purport, does magic stuff.
I
As
see.
for if he's part of the governance, I'm not too certain of everyone who's part of the council yet. Again, I've not been here for very long.
Of course. Well, perhaps I'll try and see if I can find Mr. Otto myself. Thank you very much.
Anyways, I'm going to return to my wanderings. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Of course. Thank you very much. Do take care.
Stay safe.
Perhaps now it would be apt to assess some of the exits around the town. Seems that this is the graveyard. And some sort of tower. Seems access to the graveyard is not restricted from the outside. This seems to be some sort of farmstead. There's one of the exits out into the wild. And yet more damages to the town. They do appear to be older, so I'm curious when those befell. There's that Flora lady. I think I might inspect this cliff. It's quite the steep climb. It would certainly make it harder for large forces to move through such a small exit, but it still seems questionable that such a large gap is open. A few scattered homesteads and tents about. But I would guess that there is no sort of exterior defense. Perhaps now would be a good time to find that Miss Amelia. Good day there.
Hello.
Pleasure to make
Do you
your
need
acquaintance. No, I don't wish to bother you if you're busy.
Oh, I was just waiting for this one.
I see. I wish you luck.
New to town. The big man over there is informative.
I see. Very well. I think I might follow up with them then.
He's busy.
Yeah, he gets busy very quick. You better catch him quick.
Duly noted. Thank you.
That man is probably the busiest motherfucker in this fucking town.
Who controls that, or who runs it, or will that just be a council general?
No, don't know that. There will probably be a council question, but I feel like that entire thing is like, on one hand, I want Effie to have her, like, you know, I guess her family or whatever she might be kind of to call it. It's just the aspect of having these bugs around is like, you know, once they break out, it's a liability for the entire town. If that thing goes in, I've already had a couple of them in my smithy. If they go in there unsupervised, we could be dealing with mithril gone, some couple more other materials that might be a little bit more magical based, all gone. That's why I'm a little bit careful about it.
Of course, that's why we're looking for a place we can secure them safe. A locked room. So we can, you know, keep them locked and safe. Which is why I was thinking that one, because we can keep an eye on it, feed them, and then keep the doors shut and locked. And we know, we can know if anyone's fucking with it. Messing with it.
Right, okay. I mean, like I said, I don't know who's controlling that. That might be a council question. But, yeah, no, I mean, if you want to use that room, tell me. I can try to double secure it. Maybe if it needs to be, make a little bit of glass as well. I mean, gonna have to see about that.
I'd be really happy about that, actually.
She would be, but again, it's a case of I'm expecting her to take care of it then, but also understand that if this thing breaks out, if the bugs break out, we could be dealing with not just metallic damage, but also just structural damage.
To be fair, we don't know how long the hive's gonna last, considering the queen was killed. So all this could be for naught, but at the very least, we'll make her happier. Until
Right, I mean, if
what
that's
happened.
the case. No, I heard about the
we'll
queen.
see.
That's... No, like I said, we can try that. I'm gladly willing to assist on the matter. It's just, do keep in mind that breaks out, becomes uncontrollable, we're gonna have a lot more problem than just a couple bugs.
We did find out that we can make them sleep there. So Miss Miss
okay.
Hester, yes, Miss Hester has we can kind of do like there's a spray she has. It's like a sleeping potion, and she just sprays them, and they kind of sort of fall asleep. It's rather simple, actually.
Shit. Okay,
So
I mean, if
if-
we got
if-
some sort of repellent
ever
for
get
it,
out,
or at least a countermeasure, and just doing that, sure, I don't mind that.
And we can probably
Just-
we can ask Miss Hester to make some extra and just keep it in the bug room, so just in case we ever need to like.
Sure, is,
Yeah,
you know,
break glass and
case of
get this.
emergency,
Yeah.
break glass, get sleepy potion to start spraying some bugs. No, okay, fair enough.
Exactly.
No, I mean, if Hester wants to assist in that matter, no, absolutely. Gladly willing to assist, making it a little bit more sturdy for the sake of the bugs so they don't break out. Can do that, absolutely.
That's great. Alright. I'm gonna actually tell her that before I go make sea crowns. Because they're amazing. Alright, thank you.
Prefer to do that, love. All good.
That is it.
Good day. Excuse me there.
Good day, sir, by all means.
Apologies
What can I
to
do for you?
been eavesdropping on your conversation, but I was directed your way.
That's fine, like I said. Of course. What can I do for you? Not really seen you before. You're new to Leafside, perhaps?
Indeed, I just arrived this morning. Aballister Sterling.
Lovely to have you.
Scholar, warrior, poet.
Wonderful.
At your
Lovely to
service.
meet you. Bing, Forge Master of Leafside. By all means. What can I be of assistance?
Well, I did have some questions about perhaps the council, if you do know anything there.
Sure, I mean, depends on the question, but gladly willing to assist.
Indeed. I was curious if there's perhaps any need for a scholar.
scholar, I mean, in itself, we do have a couple of educated people up there when it comes to being a scholar, but what are your references? Like, what do you work with specifically?
Well, I have quite a bit of practice with scholarly skills of writing down stories, keeping them tracked.
Okay. That could be absolutely beneficial. We do have it itself when it comes to stories, poetry, this sort of stuff. We also perhaps, as you've already heard in the conversation, a library at ease. So if you want to actually add a couple stories, look for more references for your own stories, you gladly use that as well. But yeah, I mean, the people you can actually ask for the sake of joining the whole council, or at least be assisted in, you know, assisting the council, probably be currently
In a
the
meeting.
guard cap. What?
In a meeting. Pretty sure, still.
Right, like I said, if that's the case, then the council might still be in a meeting, but once they're available, Lady Morris is definitely one of them. Probably, if you've not seen her before, a more brownish coat, greenish hair. Sometimes wears a mask in itself. She usually does it for when she steps into the veil as more of a wandering soul in that sense. But, have them... Also true. Then, I forgot, Eva was also part of the council, right? I know she's like kind of Tyrion's second in command, but...
I mean, the lieutenants are as much part of the council as Tyrion, really.
Right. If that's the case, then
However,
any of the...
Tyrion would be the best person to talk to. However, lieutenants can talk to people, and at least like
Exactly.
screen it.
Very well.
If it comes to,
No, no,
technically,
not at
then
all.
you'd be. So if it comes to that, then you'd be part of the council as well, love, aren't you?
Yeah. I
Oh,
left
there you go. When it comes, what did you say?
the meeting. I left the meeting.
No, I could get that. You know, these talks can sometimes get a little bit too woozy. No, I understand that. But still, he's another council member you could potentially ask, or at least somebody who could direct you more to other council members. But, yeah, Guard Captain Tyrion, one of them, of course.
Indeed.
Lady
I did have the
Morris,
brief pleasure of
who
meeting with
else
him.
do we have? Well, that's lovely in itself. And the other one I can recommend too is one of our smallest, but definitely Gobby, or sometimes you might need to look into if he's wearing glasses. He's a little bit of a mixed bag when it comes to that. When he wears glasses, he's called snobby. He's a little bit more esteemed fella, but understand that despite the fact that he might seem a little slow sometimes, he's very smart, definitely, and he's definitely a very educated person when it comes to the council as well. So take his word for call as well.
I see, I see. Thank you very much for the information, Mr. Bing.
Of course, pleasure is always, by all means, and enjoy your stay at Leafside, by all means.
Indeed. But, would you be a Miss Amelia?
Yes, hello.
Which Amelia are you looking for?
That one specifically.
That, yes, okay.
I did luckily meet with you before to know that there is a distinction.
Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna see what the forges do. By all means, you do.
Wait, before you run off.
Shit, okay, what can I do for you?
Important distinction, the coin bugs don't eat metal, they only eat, like, plants and, like, flesh. Like, they don't eat metal, they just like the shinies. They just like to be around the shinies.
Okay. Then there might have been complete misconception. I mean, fair enough, if that's the case, by all means. If that's the case, they're a lot more welcome than before. If they're just like the shinies, then still keep them away from the smithy, because obviously I like to keep my mithril.
Of course. Alright, thank you. I just wanted to just clear up that misconception very quickly.
You're fine, dear. You're fine. Thank you so much.
How can I help you, by the way? Sorry.
Yes. Well, as far as the official introduction, Aballister Sterling. At your service. I was directed your way by
Lily
a...
Hargrove. Nice to meet you.
Indeed. I was directed your way by a Mr. Thomas about the library.
Oh, of course he would have. He's trying to get out of working, isn't he? What were you looking to? Were you looking to get a book, or were you looking to work, or?
Well, mainly for work, as I have been travelling a bit, but I am honestly on the lower side of coin and could use some sort of way to replenish.
Sure. Well, Mr. Thomas suggested, and sure. Do you know where it is? I can show you.
I believe I found it. Was it the place with the book sign?
Yes, it is.
Ah,
you do
very
know how
good.
to read, right? That's
Indeed I do.
but-
I'm very practiced in the scholarly fields.
Well, we have Mr. Thomas and I work there, but I kind of spread my time between the fisherman's, the wharf, and the alchemy shop, so I'm a little bit scattered. And Mr. Thomas is kind of busy doing magic things. And then we have Mr. Zia, and he's a very nice gentleman, but he also helps manage the library. He's very good. What do I say? He's usually in there reading a book at some point. And then we have my cousin. He's temporarily working there because he's here for holiday from school. But
I
he's
see.
leaving here soon. We were gonna do some kind of like card system, but unfortunately we just haven't gotten to it yet. So many things have been happening. Please come in. Right. So, these are the general, like, kind of first books you get. Kind of general records. Sometimes the councilmen come in and grab what they need to and then just run out. General, like, histories. If I remember correctly, I believe this area is the sciences. I could be mistaken. Yes. And then this part is fiction and art. There's a little story time part. Little story time area.
How quaint.
Keep a lot of the fictions and that kind of thing, stories, fables, that kind of like. And then this entire area here is the histories. It has all about, well, not all about. We have a very small section about places like Linden, but we have a lot more about Erin for obvious reasons.
Of course. It is delightful to see so many books on history.
And then this area is all about magic. This back area. There's alchemy, runesmithing, and then just different magics. The further you get, the more complex they get. If you want anything about spirits, you'll have to ask us because we had to lock those up. They got kind of stolen the other day. So
Oh dear.
we're very careful about them.
I was curious when I saw this section here.
Oh, yes. Don't mess with that. Oh, right. By the way, we have a friend, a spirit that runs around. His name is Mr. Ori. He's very kind. But he spends his time here. That's his home. And he watches over the library when no one else is around.
I see. Good to note.
Yes. He likes to pop out and scare people, so just to keep in mind. Right, that's Mr. Thomas's desk. That's my desk. But you feel free to use whatever you need to write and organize, etc.
Ah, very good.
What's your favorite kind of book street or your subject?
Well, I suppose that I am partial to history, but I am most adept in the fields of fantastical epics and stories.
I'm more of I'm learning more about magics, to be honest, but histories are nice. I like to learn about, I guess the same myths and such. They have a little bit of history into them. Just a little bit.
Indeed.
I like to think so.
There can be a fine line between where myth fades into legend.
Or maybe I just like the stories. Either way.
Indeed. This has been quite the introduction.
But yeah, that's
I look forward to poring over some of these tomes.
pretty much it. You feel free to do so. You can take some out if you want. Just return them after a day or two. You don't want to keep them out for too long. Then we'll have to go and find you.
Indeed.
we had a fellow that wanted to borrow a book for about what do I say, for like a few months, to which we had to get a security deposit from him. We don't usually send them, but it was a beginner's book to like brewing, I believe.
Ah, I see.
It wasn't too big of a deal.
A novice alchemist, then.
Yes. Oh, brewing is in like beer,
Ah,
like spirits. Mm-hmm.
I can see why you might take out a deposit for that.
Well, considering they were taking it up for months, a month, and then going traveling with it, yes, people want to keep our money's worth. I think this used to be what we used to use for logging, like taking books out. But I think we're gonna have to figure out another system. Mr. Thomas keeps saying that he knows of a system we can use, but I don't know what he's talking about. Oof. Bright lights. Oh.
Indeed, quite the adjustment.
Sorry, give a second to adjust. But this is your first time to leave. Is this your first time at Leafside?
Indeed it is. It is quite the place.
Yes, there is a lot of anomalies here. But, nice people.
I've been able to see a few. I've heard and seen about the anathema in town.
Oh. Right, I suppose. That's all a bit new to me.
Well, I would say that it is a very dangerous case. I've heard about the creatures before. Supposedly, the captain says that it is under control for the moment, though he does seem tentative.
I think he's just worried in general. He's got a lot on his shoulders.
Indeed.
So. He's a good man, Captain Tyrion.
Have you known him very long?
And Thomas, Mr. Thomas as well. I've only been here a few months, so, sort of. But every time he's been in the middle of something, he's always persevered. Always just to do good. He's a good man.
Indeed. I do hope to get to know him more.
Have you been seen around? Oh, God.
That is a sight.
So you're perfectly in control.
Indeed.
Have you seen much else around here?
I have taken a few strolls about. I've tried to familiarize myself.
Oh, wait, were they hurt? Oh, no.
Oh dear.
If they're going to the clinic, that might mean they're hurt.
Is that the healers?
Well, yes, that's the clinic. I'm gonna put her book away. Don't want to getting it taken away. I'm gonna put this way. But yes, this is the clinic. It's where people go when they're sick and the like. Oh god, snow, don't do that. Okay, there we go.
Well, it's good to know the place.
Almost got stuck on me. Yes, this is where you go when you're sick. Generally you're better off looking for a medic somewhere else. Like little bug that was Miss Effie. Little brown moth. That's Miss Effie. She's a good healer. There's also a merfolk named Mr. Elijah, and then there's a Morris who has giant antlers on a head.
Ah, I see.
Otherwise, you're pretty much best off just yelling, "Hey, I need a healer," and someone can direct you. I don't know all the healers, to be fair.
I'll take that into account.
I hope that you don't get too hurt. We do have... The people here are a bit hardier than most. A lot of things happen here. A lot of strange things happen here.
I see. Well, I'm no stranger to a scrap myself.
That's good then. What else? The general store's over there.
Ah.
The one in the red with the red roof. I believe that's it then. We have the tailor shop with the orange roof. You've seen the inn. Then the apothecary.
Indeed.
Is the white building. Usually someone's at the forge. Usually Miss Sping or Mr. Oh, Mr. Juniper.
Good day.
that, and then town hall. People can kind of walk in and out of town hall, but just make sure you don't walk into the locked doors. It should be fine. Or downstairs.
Indeed. The captain seemed, seemed that the captain didn't want too many folks inside the town hall.
Excuse me?
With the, anathema about.
Right. Right. Well, I think Miss Sally, one of the guards here, she was watching after him. After them. Mm.
Indeed. Hmm.
Oh, and that's Cece. Oh, gods.
Oh,
Oh, and off she goes. That's the cat.
do they share a name with another
Look at.
sort?
Did you meet a young lady named Cece?
Indeed I did.
They're one and the same.
Hmm. Well, fancy that.
Lovely people. They're just, they have a bit of a bad luck streak going on. So just mind yourself around them.
They did mention a bit of trouble with, making art in a room.
Art in a room. Oh. Maybe. I don't know, and I'm kind of concerned, to be honest. Just a little bit. But I suppose if we could find out what they mean by that soon enough.
Do you know if there's
But
some
if
sort
you're
of,
interested in schooling and
spirit?
things like that, a spirit. Well, there are spirits in here, around here, and I would assume that they would be the ones to tell you. I don't know how that works, to be honest.
That's a fair point.
I don't know if it's rude to out a spirit as being a spirit or not. Or they're open about it. I'm not sure.
Well, I suppose you did do so with, Mr. Ori.
Yes, but I didn't want you... I'll be honest, I didn't want you to destroy a book thinking you were trying to kill someone. So you just go right through him. Probably.
I would not want to destroy any of the, literature.
But yes, what else? Oh, and then of course the docks. Where I spend most of my mornings. We go fishing in the morning, obviously, because we bring in fish and stuff. So you usually find someone there in the mornings. We have a boat too. We just finished making our first fishing boat. The Hungry Raccoon.
That's a delightful name.
Yes, we have a little raccoon fella that comes around, and so we named it after him.
Ah.
Thought it was fitting. Need to get a flag for it.
Indeed.
Not a fishing vessel, but it'd be good.
I believe it was a, Mr. Rubin that, told me about this as well this morning.
Yes, Mr. Rubens the shipwright.
Indeed. I am also still trying to keep an eye out for, Mr. Gwyn at some point. I was told that I should meet up with him.
Right, I didn't see them this morning, but yes. Are you interested in... Are you a sailor?
No, but I did arrive into town through the docks, so I was told that I should check in with the harbour master.
Right, especially the boat. I suppose you could talk to Miss Blake. He's kind of a second, but he's also the magistrate, so...
Ah. In that case, it's good to make an introduction either way.
Yes. Yes, probably. I think he does kind of... You're right, he does kind of mess with the law.
Is there a description for that, Mr. Blake, then?
Yes, he wears, he has red hair, and he wears armor, like a chest piece, and, like, some pauldrons? How would you describe Mr. Blake? How would you describe
dark
Mr. Blake?
eyes, black markings across his face, bright yellow iris.
Is she inside?
Yeah, she's being treated, and apparently her fingers are coming out of her mouth right now.
What's coming out of your mouth?
Her fingers.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Is there... You know what? Yeah, it's fine. Not mucking up my circus. Right. But other than that, I think that's pretty much all in the town besides meeting people and meeting around it. Oh god, everything is dying, am I right?
Oh dear.
Hello.
But yes, I do just have 2 more questions. I was curious what the other door might be over there.
I don't know, but I'm gonna try to make a use of it. I've got plans for it. I need to talk to the captains though, and the rest of the council.
I see. And also, what
but
would
right now,
that
I think it's
building
just
be?
storage such. That is the Inventors Guild. That's where Mr. Vincent usually does his tinkering. That's where the tinkerers do their work. Yes.
Indeed.
So probably don't go in there unless like you know what you're doing, because then you can blow something up on accident.
Of course.
Okay. But yes, don't want to explode yourself. Black powder and all that, and crystals. Oh god. Okay, I almost forgot to tell you the most important part. All right. So, about a little bit away that town, there are some crystals. Pretty beautiful, giant crystals that are jutting out the ground. Do not touch them. It will be dangerous for you. Especially, just don't touch them, alright? They will explode because they're mana crystals and they will react badly with your mana and burn your hand at the least, and at the worst, they'll explode in your face and then we have a big problem. So, just be mindful of that, be careful of that, don't touch them.
Indeed.
There are people here that can touch them and harvest them, but you should not do so unless you know what you're doing.
Very well. I'll take that into account.
Good. I like to write this down as like something to tell new folks, because that's very important. I don't want people exploding the first day they get here.
Right, Monday. Like I said,
Right,
I'm gonna look
Captain.
into it.
I'm not
I'm
Captain.
gonna see what I can do. Maybe we can catch you
I
and
almost
give
called
you
being
some,
Captain.
give you some
Alright.
moss for yourself to enjoy.
But yes. Don't explode yourself. Try not to.
I will try my best.
Look, I say that, and I'm only half joking. I'm mostly not, because you'd be surprised the amount of people that get themselves hurt in the first day or so here. So just...
I'll try to make sure that I am not one of those number.
We shall see.
Well, regardless, thank you very much for the tour, Miss Amelia.
Thank you, Mr. Silver.
Sterling.
Sterling, sorry.
Though not far off, I suppose.
Upstairs.
It has been a delight to meet you.
Another
meet you
nice
too.
hat.
Indeed.
Yes.
Pleasure to meet you. I am
Yes,
Aballister
Mr.
Sterling. At your service.
Celica.
We were just giving them a tour of the place and telling them not to explode themselves on crystals.
Indeed.
Is there anything else
It
you
happens
should
way too
warn them
often.
against? Exactly. Is there anything else we need to warn them against? That happens often here. Oh right, be careful of the mines, the caves. They are cordoned off, but they can be dangerous. So be careful in there.
There's
I
a
see,
lot
I
of
see.
crystals in it that are really sharp.
Yeah, and
Right.
volatile.
Oh dear.
And they like to chain react. So you explode one, you might explode the whole cave.
There was a
Very
time.
good
there's
to
a-
know.
I'm sure you haven't met him yet, but there's a guy named Linz.
Yeah.
We went into a cave because we kind of got inadvertently peer pressured by Phoenix to go into the cave because we were looking for a different cave. But we were like, yeah, we're gonna go into the cave, and he's like, me too. And then we're like, oh no, now we have to follow him, don't we? And then we ended up. Turns out he had to like look for crystals down at the very bottom of the cave. So we were at the very bottom of the cave, and the rope broke, and I could climb back up, but he didn't trust me to climb back up for some reason. So instead, he had the genius idea of grabbing Lynn's and trying to throw him back up to retie the rope. And he promptly fell back down and landed on said crystals.
Oh dear. That sounds rather painful.
It was pretty brutal.
Good day.
Oh, hey, Tal. Hello.
I do believe I saw you earlier, but I did not formally meet.
Oh, Mr. Kix, I never see you in armor.
That's Tal.
Is something wrong?
Inside.
Council room. I'm getting a really ominous vibe right now. I don't know why.
Was it the suit of armor?
Never in armor.
But yes.
One does not normally wear armor.
Yes, he's usually wearing a shirt that's 2 sizes too small.
That's a good thing.
This is a good thing. It's a good thing.
This one knows.
Okay, just in case nobody taught you that.
This one understands this gesture.
Okay.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what
actually,
just
I can
happened.
ask the lieutenant. Hold on, I'm gonna ask Amelia something.
Not my business, I guess.
Indeed. Oh.
Oh. How have you been, Tal?
Don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Well, why not?
Council has decided they'll not want this one here anymore.
Oh dear.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Adventurers come into town bearing the head of a creature. They say this one is one of these creatures, with no evidence. Dangerous.
Well, that's
they
very rude of them.
Yeah, very
Hi,
rude.
Mr. Ken. How are you today?
Well, hi. You'd see
I-
sort of sitting in front of a
You-
large bag of ore and a few smaller.
Are they just
buckets.
ignoring everything that's happened until that point then?
Yes, they do not care.
Oh, I have
Every single...
the,
This is...
the community service.
I have a lot of frustrations when it comes to the way that people deal with situations like this around here. People are
believe this
very
one's a
closed-minded
threat, and so the
and
threat
quick to
must be
jump to
destroyed.
the most insane conclusions. I can't tell you, when I first came here, how many people were skeptical of me
Last time it was
for
the lady
just
in
associating with her.
yells at the other people in stone.
And then
This time,
they were like,
This
no,
one
you
has
don't
not
understand.
broken the rules.
so I'm doing it.
She's evil. And I'm like, how? What has she done? And they're like, well,
The
just look at her.
big
Is
man-
literally what somebody said to me one time.
The big man said I should
Hmm.
do this instead of the.
Very
This one
curious
looks
indeed.
Like a Defleo. They don't like Defleos, maybe.
Oh, the big man is Mr. Bing.
Yes.
And me being obviously insectoid and a Defleo, I've gotten a lot of that. So, well, not as much here, but I've gotten a lot of that throughout my life. So it's very frustrating.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Which
she's
is rather understandable.
stone, like this.
Speaking of Defleo, did you hear about the
Yes.
the Ancestor Defleo excursion is going to be happening soon?
No, they're...
Ancestor
No.
Defleo.
Need to go check this.
Go ahead. I don't want to keep you waiting. Yeah, there's a, you know that cave that I mentioned that Linz and I were gonna go into that one time? We were looking for a cave that was rumored to have a talking skull in it. turns out it's in that direction. The cave that we went into is in that direction, but the cave is in that direction. There is the remains of a Defleo from like the second generation of Defleo, like the ones directly after the Defleo lords. And it is still alive to this day. It's just dead, but its soul is still inside its skull. And apparently one of its remains is inside the veil.
Well, that's certainly unexpected.
Sorry. Hello.
Apparently it doesn't like talking very much to people who aren't Defleo, but it does sometimes, but not very often. But like so many people were calling me crazy. I mean, people call me crazy anyways, but like so many people were calling me crazy just so like that thing talks, and I'm like, no, it doesn't. Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Said what in particular?
Said what? I didn't say anything.
Someone said it's because you are.
I don't think I heard such a thing.
You might be proving you wrong right now. So might be this. Hi.
Listen, I am crazy, but not that kind of crazy.
No one heard that someone said anything, so...
I think you're the crazy one in that case. Because I definitely heard it in this general direction.
Perhaps you could have sharper ears.
I mean, I do have... It's a long story, but like, things feel weird for me right now. Like, especially my taste. I have a really enhanced sense of taste right now. Like, I taste things, and I'm like, this tastes a lot more vibrant than it used to. Basically, somebody put a ring on me at one time, made me pass out. I was unconscious for like a week straight. And when I woke up, everything felt weird.
Very curious indeed. Then perhaps it might have something to do with said ring?
By the way, if a group of people, including a really short little rabbit person, and then also equally short, almost Defleo, that's a blue, come up to you with any kind of magical item of any kind, do not put it on.
Do you mean that, Defleo?
No.
So a different blue one.
Short.
Right.
Big wings. Ram horns.
Righty. So don't accept anything from them then.
I am not seeing who you're pointing at. I am...
Next to the one with the fairy wings?
Is there somebody... Oh, there is. I don't know why, but I just could not see them right there for some reason. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Perhaps I'm going crazy.
Perhaps
Oh,
but
good
yes.
day.
I'm also apparently going crazy, so...
Give her the boom! You are a bard, aren't you, sir?
Indeed I am.
What did you just say?
Not you! Bard, behind you!
materials for the boom?
I am Aballister Sterling, scholar, warrior, poet, at your service.
Poet! Can you sing anything?
Nothing.
I'm more skilled in playing than singing.
Playing, so like theater.
Or
I suppose, yes. I'm more skilled in poetry and playing of the lute. Though I don't currently have one on my
Play the
person.
lute. Aw. Well, how about poetry? Do you have poetry right now?
I'm afraid that you've caught me unprepared.
but the bard must always be prepared.
That's true.
That is a fair point.
Picks up rock, chucks one in a bucket.
I think if you can give me till tomorrow, I can hit you with something good.
Till tomorrow. You'll be here tomorrow?
I believe so. I do currently have some room prepared at the tavern.
Oh, why have you traveled all the way over here to Leafside?
Well, I've been making a tour of the world, I suppose. I just came from a rather unpleasant trip in Zoo.
Unpleasant.
It's a very brusque place, I'll say.
So, are you here to be a tourist?
I suppose for a bit. Though admittedly, I am shorter on the coin side, so I'm looking to refill things here for a bit before I depart. I have heard of a few good places
tomorrow
to...
you have to give me
Indeed.
a poem or a song, a sea shanty. Everyone knows sea shanty, even people that are not bards or poets or actors.
That is a fair point.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. I mean, some do you know sea shanties by heart? You must know one. You don't know any sea shanty by heart?
I know part of one, but not the whole song. That's about it.
I know a whole song. I know a few whole songs actually. Maybe I'm just obsessed. Never mind. You must prepare a sea shanty for tomorrow or for tonight.
Well,
After all, one must never come unprepared, right?
indeed. I'll certainly try my best.
Maybe tonight. You know something amazing about Leafside. The town truly comes alive at night. And I'm not talking about like the eldritch horrors that happen pretty much every night. I'm talking about the tavern.
Indeed.
Tavern, and you've seen too much, right? You're not gonna question about the eldritch horrors, right?
Well, I did see the anathema creature going about, and I've heard some of the tales.
I almost got eaten today by that thing.
Today?
Yeah, I almost got eaten today.
Well, I'm glad that you're still
I don't know
with
how
us.
to feel about it. Me too, I guess. Right. Yeah, anyways, shouldn't have made me as upset as I am, but you know, I'm a goat, and so I don't think many people really here can understand what I'm feeling.
I mean, the prospect of nearly getting eaten is certainly shaking for a lot.
Yep. Indeed. All my instincts got ticked very badly. But tonight, perhaps I could be even the one to perform, if I get enough courage, which I probably will not, so no promises.
I would be delighted to see it. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two.
Perhaps you could. I should prepare a song, you know what? To get myself off the mindset of, you know, almost being eaten, that would be, you know, quite the thing. You're almost eaten? Okay. Yeah, I was almost eaten!
What about Miss Luna?
Yeah. Is she okay?
From what I'm told, she seemed like she was being carried to the town hall and not from the clinic, so I assume she's alright.
Right, I see. Well, thank you. Right, to get my mind off of bad things tonight, I'll prepare, and tonight I'm gonna have to perform at the tavern, and you'll be there to learn a thing or two. Right.
Indeed.
Indeed. Right, what's your name again?
I was about to ask the same thing. Aballister Sterling.
Do you have a shorter version?
You could call me Aballister or Sterling, whichever's easier.
Aballister? That's it?
Indeed.
Aballister? Alright, cool. I'm Layla. Just, you can call me just, Layla. I don't really have an art name. I could be called the Goat. No, I don't know. I have to think of one. I don't really have an art name yet. Maybe you can help me with that.
I could
Since
indeed.
you are such a renowned... Indeed. Like a good bard name for me to be eventually known throughout the world, right?
Exactly. I would need to learn more of your exploits first, and then perhaps we could come up with something more accurate.
Yes, absolutely. I'll do it. Then tonight I'll meet you at the tavern. I'm gonna even offer you perhaps a drink on me.
Well, that is quite the offer. I'll be looking forward to it.
Amazing. Then I'll see you later. I try to like tip my little horn or something. You had a nickname.
Yeah. In this one town I got ran out of, they called me Kai the Crazed.
Well,
You got ran out of the town. What did you do? Was this about the arson? Is this about the arson?
Maybe. They shouldn't put the fireworks so close.
No, I don't think you should. Look around, Kai. No, never mind. The city never learns anything. Never mind. They still rebuilt the houses with wood, apparently. Fourth time the charm. This town kind of got burned down multiple times, sir.
I was wondering about that.
You can see. Yeah, you can see some houses still being kind of in the making, and you can see many of the buildings being of more modern architecture. For reasons, multiple reasons. Fine about it. Don't worry about it. There was undead creatures running around the town.
Undead?
It was kind of scary.
That was a night.
That was a night indeed. Yeah, indeed. Undead. They were like skeletons or something. I actually killed one.
I'd be very curious to hear more of those stories.
Exactly. Because I'm a bard and I must improvise. So I was exactly right there in front of a town hall. And I was there, I was fighting hordes of creatures. One of us was injured, and a friend of mine was dragging them back in. When I saw a horde, I had to stop them, right? There was no one else other than me, my friend, and the injured person. They were able to enter the door as I was trying to stop the people conquering undead creatures. And then there was a skeleton. He was ugly. He made weird, ugly hiss sounds. And I grabbed into his chest cavity and I squeezed. And then the blood kind of exploded and kind of like went a little bit even in my mouth. And that kind of distracted me.
Wait,
and
a
another
skeleton
person
with
came in
blood?
and kicked me in the face. The heart was made of some weird, gooey thing, I guess. I mean, it felt weird when it squeezed.
I mean, skeletons have at least some sort. At least the ones I've seen before in past experiences, they need some sort of heart inside the body in order to manipulate. And that is also their weak point. If you destroy the heart, the thing crumbles into just a pile of bones or dust.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and so I was attacked right after by another warrior. He came in, kicked me in the face, and I fell backwards. And that's when he had a big, heavy metal iron destroyer. A large sword bigger than himself, and he swung it down to me, and I thought, well, I guess the story of the sword ends here. But my curtains,
it's working.
They did not fall, for it was not my time. I'm a hero after all, right?
I am
Indeed.
There was another someone with me. My current mentor in fighting.
Why? I heard that you guys
He
were having
came
a
in
really
and
interesting
blocked the
talks up
attack,
there
right
recently.
above me. I saw the sword. I looked straight at the blade. I'm not very well in some words, but I'm getting better at narrating
You're doing a
stories.
good job so far.
I don't know if that's better or worse.
Thank you very much.
I am mana burnt right
So,
now. That is why I'm tired.
I actually got stabbed to the side. It was the crimson red was falling over the stones of the city, and it was a bit messy as well, actually.
They might have
But I survived.
a little bit.
For one of our
I did
friends
some
that
work.
unfortunately fell after the battle. He was able to survive as well. He's buried
Which one did you want?
our cemetery. Well,
the one that needed the cipher.
he actually got me to safety.
It's already decrypted.
He was able to bring me inside the town hall, and there was a
copy already,
secret
so
compartment that I cannot tell you. I love to be a storyteller, and I would love to tell you about it, but it's secret, so I cannot tell you, good sir.
Did you see me earlier? Did you?
Very well.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, a secret tunnel.
So,
You know the
see what
song?
you need-
Secret tunnel. Oh, never mind. What?
What?
Secret
sorry.
tunnel?
What?
Yes.
What did you?
Yeah.
I'm in a mood.
There,
to
there
not
was a
take
secret.
2
I don't know what
hours
happened to
anymore.
it. There used to be a secret tunnel.
Okay,
once.
well, I don't want to talk about it in like the middle of the town. So,
I'll leave you guys
Secret
alone.
tunnel might make me crazy. Crazy? Don't worry about it.
yes,
Don't worry about it.
I know you.
It's
I
me
know you were
improvising
told about
casual
it.
lines at this point.
Oops.
Talking and talking, talking. After all, that's our job. Blake!
Yeah.
How come I was not
Hi.
invited to like the big guys thinking up there? I mean, am I not your second in command?
You are my second in command. Believe me, you didn't want to be there. It was a waste of time.
What? Well, you have to tell me more, right?
I will. I got this to do. She's been waiting for a long time. I'll let you know afterwards. Terribly sorry. Buy you ice cream if we had ice cream.
Okay.
You wanna tell me you're so
Told me that-
famous? Too famous for
What? No.
me.
What? No. Well, maybe I'm gonna become famous after tonight's performance. If I get the courage to
Maybe.
do it. Maybe, right? You could sing of the tales of the bard that sang at Leafside, since I cannot really travel the world. For reasons.
That I could.
That you could, indeed.
What's that?
And here he comes. The hero that saved me that one night against that evil person with the large sword swinging down at me.
Oh.
This gentleman here.
Indeed. He is my battle mentor.
Good day.
He knows how to use his... I was gonna say something. It sounded stupid.
Staff.
He knows how to use his staff in battle very well. In battle.
I see.
We don't need windows over here.
No, I was trying not to make it weird! By the way, my mentor, I almost kinda got eaten today.
We got Luna.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
I'm
in
upset
the,
over it.
A council meeting. She was right there outside the window.
What?
Yeah, she got up on the roof. Was on the next outside the big window.
Was she okay? I mean, last time I saw her, she was kind of like melting.
Yeah, I lost a fingerprint.
Luna is fine if that's who we're talking about.
Alright.
That's good.
I need to go and make sure Sally is fine. She's probably in the clinic.
I think I'll join you.
If it's still happening.
Give her some. Give her
Sir, behind you. The other way.
Oh.
Oh. Hello.
Good day.
Oh, okay. Where, Luna?
I wouldn't give my back to
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, where, Luna?
I don't know. I don't wanna know, really. Kinda try
Why?
to. It's me.
Okay. Strange. Oh, maybe I don't know. Okay.
Hello. Hi.
Interesting sort.
Right.
Oh, everyone is.
That is a fair point.
Okay. I don't really want Otto to see me like this.
Okay.
Happy face! We are actors after all, right? Hi, Otto!
If there was
Bye,
a level
Otto!
of eccentric, we would be the top marker. We are the end of the spectrum this town.
Although you would be surprised, I believe it's
He promised me to actually train me with magic. Do you know
Oh.
any magic spell, good sir?
I have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Oh, do you care to show?
This.
Sadly not.
What can you do?
Well, I've only just arrived into town, so I don't know if I should reveal all of my secrets right away.
Oh,
right,
yes, you don't
right. A good
show
performer
all the
always
tricks.
has secrets.
You want to show all your cards. Not yet.
Precisely.
Sorry, I'm actually kind of confused. What's going on over there?
Seems like quite the gathering.
Oh, look, a fly. Oh.
How did it taste?
Anyways. I'm not a carnivore. I was just joking to the fly, don't worry about it. I don't eat meat.
Fly had family, Layla. Family.
Good day there.
Good day. What do you need me for? What do you want? What do you need?
I mean, you've been kind of helpful in the past with speaking about stuff, like, stuff. Have you ever almost been eaten?
Yes, several times.
I'm not a coward, but... You too?
Oh, that's a common thing when you're sailing the seas of Suna, especially towards the north.
Was it the big black one? The big black sea serpent? With like the red eye?
It had white stripes, and the other one had 8 tentacles, and the other one was more of a like a drake. Had four legs, and it was like kind of like a crocodile, but on crack.
We had like the big black one that was like kind of wide and had like big red eyes.
I heard that one harassed the East for a while.
I feel like this is
the
a problem.
north.
There's so many people in this town I've had that maybe we should have like a little therapy group about it.
You know, when I came to this
I'm not
town, I
going
almost
to
got
War
eaten
Victims
by an
Anonymous.
ursa-quad.
All of us share the same kind of trauma right here. Me today. It's fresh. It's a fresh wound. Maybe we should
It's not
start a
trauma,
group
it's triumph.
about it. Triumph? Almost getting eaten? Do you know what that means for a prey animal?
I'm hiding away.
Being a prey animal is more mentality.
No, you're
Are you a
not.
prey
You're
animal?
not teaching me magic. Sorry.
He's bad at teaching magic. I'll teach you magic. I'll teach you good magic.
I mean,
Okay.
I think she's a prey animal.
I'm so bloody confused.
Okay, can you stop turning her into mush? Otherwise, she doesn't know what the heck to do when it comes to magic. She loses focus so easily. Later. I know. Yes, I promise you a lesson today. It will happen.
The respectful height. What? I was looking
You were
respectfully.
staring at my boobs, right?
Me! Maybe.
Everyone does it. They're out for a reason. It gets me money.
What? What? Do you mean?
Otto, you want to tell her about the time that we
I
like
feel like I've
gaslit the
stolen
fuck out of
from
the
you.
prince?
Holy!
Yes. See, she just
I put into
made
your hand a
herself.
little
Alright, she doesn't care.
copper.
Never mind.
Yeah, Otto and I gaslit a prince together when we were looking for Snowbell that one time she got kidnapped.
Yes, she put on her best captain's coat, best captain's hat, made sure her boxing breasts were out for him to see, and very, very confidently asserted that she was a long cousin, and I basically raised you. And it worked.
Family friend.
Family friend, whatever.
You guys have the weirdest relationship. Like every now and then, I feel like Talia wants to absolutely put you down into the dirt. Like,
Oh, I do.
no, the
I
feeling's
know that
absolutely
he's-
mutual.
He was, yeah, we hate each other, but he was useful in that moment, and he picked up on what I was doing, and it worked well. We hate each other,
Yes.
but we're both good at the same things.
When it comes to working with each other, we can work with each other. However, when it comes to a general social aspect, I hate her guts, but ultimately, I could care less.
He killed my best
No,
friend
no,
for
okay,
money,
this
which,
makes sense.
you know, is understandable, but still, you know, that was my best friend, so kind of hate him on principle.
okay.
Hey, I made 300 gold off of it, but I lost it all in the Eastern Yorn Sea. Well, the Northern Yorn Sea, so apologies.
So did you guys hear the news about Luna? Trying to
Oh,
eat
that
people?
she's trying to kill
Yeah,
people,
I
and then she's in the
picked her up
basement.
when her skin was melting off, and then my hand started burning.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
I
don't know
have
if
the
you
key
heard
now.
about the key.
Oh, Ben gave you the key?
And I was one of those people.
The key? Perfect. Perfect.
Did you clean off your hands?
It's still burning.
Alright, anyways,
So let's go do that.
Layla, how much have you been
Yes.
training with that?
I assume it's fine then.
I could find out
Much.
real quick, Talia.
But if then something
Tell me
turns
why.
into something that looks like what? Oh, okay,
Huh?
sure, yeah. I kind of got beaten up this morning. By someone that challenged me.
So before you start having your
I kind of want to see what's happening with that. I want to see what's happening with that.
Another metaphor.
tell you right now that the stance that I
Already,
utilize,
yeah.
that I taught you, won't work on her. You gotta switch it out.
Okay, sure. Alright.
When it comes to the sabers,
I don't wanna
beat the shit out of her.
of course, but when it comes to those sabers, she's probably gonna go high guard very, very often. So make sure that you have medium guard just in case she tries to switch it up.
And you, good
Still
sir.
very
I
incensed
promise you a
Talia this
performance, but today I show you a performance of dance. It's a little different, and I'm not that good at it. But honestly, I hope that I'm. Yeah.
We shall see.
Oh, this I've gotta see.
Of course.
This I've gotta see.
There is one disadvantage that she poses, though. She utilizes a curved blade, and it's not as good with thrusting. Usually with a saber, thrusting is a bad idea, but that one has a very, very slight bow, so don't rule it out entirely. Use the advantage of your straight blade. Thrusting would be a very good time. However, when you're thrusting, you're leaving your guard fully open, which is a perfect thing that a saber would like to have. So when that saber comes down for a slashing motion, which is its advantage, you need to be ready to block it.
Alright, sure.
I can also
got this,
give
I
you some
think.
lessons too, Layla.
Yeah, there's a many experienced swordsmen in this town.
Yep.
Okay, so do I? This is. Oh no. Yes, I mean, what? Okay.
She's a pirate who sailed the Sunan seas. Do you think that she's going to let you hit her? Good luck. Go with it with all of your might.
I was gonna say, yeah, good
I'm
luck.
scared of that. I'm more scared of her. Okay. Well.
You'll teach you good shit. It's just that you're gonna get cut a few times.
Yeah.
What's your fighting stance?
Question for you, Otto.
Medium guard. Yes, what do you need?
I've been meaning to talk to a couple of the council members about specifically the smithy, as Vincent has been around for a while. And I just kind of want to keep on track to see what needs to be
Gotta see
done
where
so
you're
that
at
I
before I know what to
keep
cheat
working.
you.
As of right now, our economy needs to be stabilized. Anything that will help the economy as well as the aqueducts. The aqueducts are very important. Additionally, I've been
So we
trying to
are
find a
still
means
working
of
on them.
harvesting. Yes. Additionally, I really need to emphasize that utilizing the abundant crystals in this town, it would be a boom. They're very expensive and would probably easily reestablish our economy. So if you can figure out how to properly utilize earthen crystals, or fire crystals, or lightning crystals, because we appear to have access to all of them, it would be a boom.
Barely a one-handed blade. It's not handed.
I'll do some research on it. I just improved the drills that I made for the stone.
You use it. Having a free
Should be a
hand
lot
provides
easier to go into
quite
the
an
mines now
advantage in
and use those drills without much
especially against an enemy
exhaustion.
that only
Of course.
has one hand. You could have
More
another
can be
blade
done.
in that hand. You
Okay.
could use
Of
a
course.
gun. You could punch them.
Layla,
You have options.
I'd like to re-emphasize that I gave you a single-handed weapon for a reason. She's a slashing weapon. Take this stance. Remember the one that I taught you?
Which one?
The one where you make sure that they see that your guard is medium high and that your arm is so vulnerable. Stand like this, make sure your shoulders are square. Be ready, and make sure that when she goes for a slash of any kind, you'll be able to grab her wrist. It is an advanced technique, but it is the counter to a saber.
Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. Oh, but now that he kind of said all the secrets in front of you, whatever.
It's okay. I'll do what most people would in this case so that you can practice it.
Let me hit you.
I don't think that she's gonna let you do that. At the very least.
Substantial. Well, when her ass is kicked, I'm gonna go let one of the medical professionals know.
Where's that other hand? didn't use it.
I did? Alright, pause right
Oh.
here, Leilani. Or Layla. Sorry, wow.
Damn.
What are you gonna do in this situation? She's got you blocked, and you have a free hand. What are you gonna do with it? I mean,
know what?
sure, it's like a
You know what?
fair.
Hit with it.
You know, fair.
Punch. Grab my wrist. Pull my hand away. Give yourself an opening.
I'm sorry.
So if I were you in this situation, go back to where you were standing. Okay. Go back to where you're standing. Block. No. Block him how
Okay,
you were
block.
blocking before slashing at her before.
Right.
Talia's got you blocked.
Not about a challenge.
If I were you, I would take a step forward and attempt to grab her wrist.
Right.
Now, Talia, how would you respond if she managed to do that?
Alright, I see.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do I do in that case? I mean, just get
It's called
It's best to create distance
Pivot.
at that point.
you either take yourself back, you pivot, or you try and push forward. Pushing forward might put you in a worse situation, but you could do it. So,
You should only push forward if you are confident in your strength against someone and the strength of your
Indeed.
blade. In my case, I wouldn't recommend pushing forward against this sword. The blade is made of pure Aurelium. This thing doesn't dull, chip, or break.
Okay, I see.
stance again.
It's the same stuff they collect mana crystals with.
Go again. There you go.
Good.
Yay!
I was trying to teach you to use your hand first, but I was going to move on to telling you that your whole body is a weapon. So, good on you for thinking with your head.
I'm teaching Layla how to fight against the saber.
Again, but this time, use your hand. Use your hand as a tool as well. So, if you're gonna strike her, what are you gonna do with your left hand?
Grab her wrist.
It appears that this is already being utilized.
Great. Go ahead, be confident. Go ahead and see.
Right,
You're leaving yourself open for a kick. What's your next move?
I tried to move away from you, even though you're probably gonna still be able to kick me from there.
Because you have control of her arm, you can draw it back. Even if she does kick you, you have a good chance of putting that somewhere it doesn't belong. Also known as the chest cavity, the abdominal area, or the carotid artery. And if you're lucky, maybe even the jugular. Even if she kicks you, you can still get a slash or a cut in. You put her in a rotten position.
My neck is
Ay, ay,
quite
ay.
open to your blade at that point.
Exactly.
Alright. Now then. How about we go for real? Because
Oh, she's gonna die.
when you're fighting an enemy, they're not going to actually hold back on you.
Thank you for the confidence. I am aware. And you know what? I'm ready. We're gonna die tonight. Well, today, whatever.
You won't
What's always the matter? Come on.
Let me think that I will. So maybe
You might want to
get
move out of the ring, Jocelyn. We may use more space.
Right. I'm ready. I fought actually someone that was way faster than you.
What do you know?
And she kind of gets me mid the battle, but don't worry about it.
How do you know that they're faster than me? You haven't fought me before.
True.
By the way, I'm sure that
Good
no one has
afternoon.
ever taught
It's a
you
rare
this
instance of
for a
Talia
sword, right?
being willing to spar with someone.
This?
Do you have any idea why I'm holding my sword like this? Because in a real fight, opponents won't fight fair. Flick sand in your eye.
Alright, I see.
The ground begins to shake, and there's a distant boom from underneath.
What the fuck?
What the hell was that?
Can we do this?
What is happening?
That's what I want to know.
Don't think so.
Is this normal or is this something
No,
unusual?
it is not.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Someone blow up something again.
Oh dear. I assume that is most likely the explosive crystals they were speaking of before.
Right.
Nicely done.
Concentrate.
It's true.
From here.
What do you do when you lack reach as an advantage, Layla?
What do I do?
You have to get in close. Overwhelm your enemy with faster, smaller strikes.
So,
Good, good.
grab. Push.
There you go. If your enemy has reach on you, then you just need to make sure that they don't get a chance to hit back.
Right.
If you can get inside their reach, all the better.
Welcome back.
Say, do you want to make this interesting?
How so?
How about you show me some of your magic?
Don't have any to use.
Want?
I haven't been able to cast properly since I lost my arm. And I was never that good at it to begin with.
Well, I'm not gonna use my magic then. It's a bit unfair.
Who said anything about unfair? Didn't I teach you earlier? Your enemies aren't going to fight fair.
Alright then. Ha! Actually, that hit.
Magic shield can see him. Troublemaking. Bad girl.
They seem nice to me.
Just lies.
Oh.
Headbutting a sword is usually not a good idea. Impressive, Horn.
Bumped into you again. Be careful.
Like you're trying to do it on purpose.
So, do you know what people like me have to do to
You're
make
trying
up
to
for a
stand
lack
up
of magic?
You're trying to do this on purpose. I mean, alright, come on.
We fight
Oh! Yeah! Didn't expect for you to pull out a gun at a sword fight.
Okay.
No! Don't do that! Don't do that! You were about to actually be busted.
Probably murder. Looks like murder.
But
I wasn't gonna shoot her.
Maybe not do that. Because they're just sparring. Okay.
It's okay, Tal. I'm fine, really. But thank you. I didn't expect that you would.
So, in the future, if you're in a sword fight and somebody points a gun at you, what you need to remember is that only one end of that gun is dangerous, and you need to not be in the way of it.
Accept death calmly?
No, move. Don't give them a target that's easy to hit.
Oh, okay.
Guns take a while to reload. They miss once, they're not going to be able to shoot you again. At least with guns. In the case of ranged magic like Tell over there has, you'll need to keep moving. Because
Hide behind someone
magic
else.
users can usually block or blast more times than a gun can.
I mean, yeah, I guess that would also work.
Honestly, not terrible advice. I have used an enemy's corpse as a shield before, or a still living enemy. If it's someone you don't care about and they're people you were fighting anyways, you might as well make their friends hit them for you.
Oh, but that would be sad. What if they? What if they're? I don't know. Okay. I understand. I mean, okay, sure. Oh, I'm fine. That wasn't too bad.
You should still get it like that, just in case.
I mean, I pretty much
to
got
lose both eyes.
absolutely destroyed today by What? What?
Oh, eye back.
Partially, I guess. I mean, yeah, I can still see from it. At least I just have a cool star now. Oh.
Okay. Not wrong. Next one. Beat her up. You're gonna fight me? Okay.
I wasn't planning on it, but if she wants me to try to, I'm not a very good teacher.
You know what? I want you to go fast. Let's go. Let's actually have a fast
Oh,
battle.
you just want me to go
If I
full
die,
on?
don't worry
Are you
about it.
sure?
Not your fault.
Oh dear.
I'm not gonna kill you, but if you want me to fucking fight you.
Good plan.
Yeah, I need someone that actually goes fast. You know what? Fine.
Keep in mind that I use a two-handed sword, so techniques will be to fit.
Yeah, I know. If I get hit, I'll die. It's fine.
It's fine.
Really? Gotta go fast. Ready?
Alright.
Layla, your best bet is to dodge. Don't try to block that. Even if
try
you
to
don't
block
get
my
hit by
sword,
the
I'm gonna go
blade, you'll
through.
probably break bones.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I thought that my best bet was simply to die. That's helpful.
Alright. Apologies. Alright. Let me know when you're ready.
Goodbye, Layla. Ready.
Alright.
Goodbye.
That's good then. Good. You want to get in close if someone has a bigger weapon than you. Makes it harder for me to hit you.
Right. I didn't know that, but now I do. Oh, gosh. Oh.
Good dodge.
All right. No.
Not that one.
Right.
Be ready to dodge
Do
on
your
a
horns
moment's
work,
notice.
or are they just for fashion, huh?
Good. Beating your enemy to do something you want.
So, do they work?
They look smart.
I mean, they do. I'm gonna wait till...
I tried to hit you with my horn. Oh, I don't see you. For some reason. Wait.
Oh, alright. Let me know when you're good.
I have a setting that I forgot to...
Oh, you have to do what you need. Let me know when you're good.
I need a small break.
Fair enough.
Okay. Sword broken. But that's okay. Still has two eyes now. Good job. Bye bye.
Whoa! Your horns really do work, huh? Didn't expect that. What the? What the? Fancy what you got there? Do you have better?
More fighting. Is there a medic on hand for this?
Right.
Look also. Okay.
Get into sword lock for too
So
long.
you would like to ask these people?
Enemy. We'll figure out a way to get out of it.
Suppose.
Typically with my sword, I'm gonna bash you in the head with the hilt if I get the chance.
I'll just yell.
Hurry.
No. Been a soldier a long
Hello,
time.
everybody. I hate to interrupt.
No, you go.
I'm here on Miss Skylar's behalf. She's asking for the Vale expedition. If you have any provisions to spare, please hand them over to her so that we can ensure everyone's safety during the trip. Thank you very much.
Who's looking for them?
Just Miss Skylar, this lady here.
Oh, alright. Sorry, I didn't catch the name.
Just any food and water, really. Preferably food, so people don't starve.
I offer provisions, but I don't have much.
Sand bucket!
Good.
Right? Bam!
Layla.
Huh?
Don't get distracted.
Yeah, thank you for that! Remember, if you're stuck in a headlock for too long, ha! Bam!
Good.
Distraction.
You need to try and get more in my face. I have a big weapon. Use your smaller one to your advantage. If you're in my face, I can't swing as well.
Oh, really? And what if
here I can-
dodge? Behind you! Oh! Whoa! Okay, you actually had definitely something there. Last mini round, ready? Who wins this wins all! What the? This is unfair.
Going to sneak some water.
Okay. You know what? I think you won this one, then.
I wasn't aiming to win. I was aiming to try and be a good sparring partner. I'm not the best at it. I'm used to trying to kill things. I'm sorry if I wasn't the best before.
Refreshing.
No, actually, I learned a little bit about that. For example, big sword means lacking for other stuff. Why does that sound weird?
If you're fighting a weapon that's bigger than yours, you need to be agile and try and get as close as you can, because I'm slow with it. I can't swing like a couple times. I need
can
to do
definitely
one
do that.
swing, and it takes me a bit to get to my other swing.
Well, good sir. The art of the fight. And now I'm sweaty and disgusting.
Indeed.
A better way to put it is one must be receptive to being able to adapt to the current situation.
Good job. It's okay because I'm definitely gonna go to the Vale.
I think they learned something. At least learned that you need to make sure you're close
Yeah.
to people with big weapons.
I definitely am gonna go to that mission,
the hell
and no
away.
one can stop me. No one will be able to stop me. I'll do it.
The only question is
She'll do it.
which which
Do
route
what?
are you going to be going with?
Don't know. Oh, I'm just
fair
gonna try
enough.
to stick near Mars.
Feedman, by the way. I've not seen you all day.
Mars. Trying to remember which one of Mars is going on. I might be heading with the Death Leos to make sure that they're all fine.
Mhm.
I know Arvis doesn't
I think
fight.
it's the
I know that
That's
Cesta
one
does
of
not
them. I
fight.
don't know where they went to.
I'm not sure if Flora's gonna be going with the Defleos or if she's going with Mars, if she's going to even be there at all.
I see. Well, good luck to all for the mission for sure. Yeah, and
also
if we are on
wanna
different
see
missions, you
which
have to tell me the stories.
I also need to know what medics are going to which side. So that one side is not short of all the medical, while others is nothing but medical.
That's true, yeah. That makes sense.
Will there be someone to speak to hear about this mission?
Mars. Mars, Elisand. Elisand is the plant lady, the druid looking one.
I see.
I'm not sure if you had seen her in town today or not.
Yes, I believe I've met
She
Miss
normally
Ellison.
lives- She lives within the Vale.
Interesting.
Mars
Maybe
lives
they
here in
are at
town.
the tavern, right?
They might be. I
Right,
know
we
that
should
I'm
go
probably
check.
going to be heading there.
I mean, you do carry around a weapon. You can probably fight. Specifically, if you told me you have multiple magic spells, I only have this one, which it's kind of starting to hurt.
Do you need? Let's see.
Hi, Layla.
No, I fought
Talia,
way too
no.
much already.
No,
Nah,
actually, it'll
it's
be
fine.
it'll be
Nice.
interesting.
It's fine.
Well,
you don't have
we
to
are
fight.
going. No, actually, we are going to take a break at the tavern. Right after that, I can definitely go for another fight.
Yeah.
No, it'd be
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
I did watch you fight yesterday.
I'm not letting Lynn fight her. I think he's a bit too much. I
Oh
don't want her
no,
bones
I
broken.
wasn't referring to her.
Huh?
Well, but I still want to fight them.
Do you want to fight Lynn?
Trust
Yeah.
me, Layla, he's gonna be harder to fight than everyone's been, and he won't give any remorse.
Lynn, he doesn't hold back. Layla, he doesn't hold back. Lynn doesn't hold back at all.
I fought other people
He-
that didn't hold back. What,
No,
the people in the mission
Layla.
tomorrow are not gonna hold back either.
They're not gonna hold back
Layla.
either. Layla. If he gets given the chance, he will break your arm.
Right. Tell. Yes.
No, but I was referring to myself.
Huh?
Oh, you mean emotional help?
Lynn, he fights with assist, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, me and him both do.
Well, that was certainly something. Quite the display. I think that now might be a good time to take a moment in my room.
The man came in and he punched it in the face and then climbed out.
Righty. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick second here, grab some water and use the restroom, so I'll be right back. I'll see you in just a moment.
Um, um, wrong room.
Whoops. I'm not sure if that means that they gave me a already filled room or if they were looking for someone else. There we go. We are back. Test, test, test. Perfect. Right. Let's grab a little bit more water before we fully go back out. Delicious. Ooh, all right. And do I need to adjust the tracking at all? Ooh. Yeah, could probably use it. All right. Quick calibration. All right, I think we are good to go. Let's double check, make sure we're unmuted. Good, good, good. All right, let's go. And of course, we also need to re-slap on that. Did that also... Okay, good. I was wondering if it would reset those toggles too. So it's just the expressions, so I need to remember to tell Mezzo about that. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, we're good. More time as Aballister Sterling.
We're gonna see what happens.
Okay.
Oh, you want a whole bottle? Sure.
Mysterious.
What kind of wine did you say you wanted?
Ooh. Big old lag spike there. Goodness. I'm assuming that's probably someone changing avatar. Righty. It is getting towards the time of the night that I should start looking for Mr. Tyrion or Mr. Otto so that I can start discussing future plans. I can't tell who that is. They're so far away. I think Gobby's over there. Whoa. There's some big lag spikes going on. I'm curious if that's just me. And I think that should match the description of Amaris that I've received.
To bring you under his wing and tutelage as to how we are in the town. Something that I stood up for him about. As you are not from here. Tyrion wished to take a approach in regards to teaching you rehabilitation as opposed to iron-fisted justice. However, your progress will be monitored very carefully.
Hold on a minute. We speak of justice. What is this for?
I said
That's
he is
right.
attempting to take your approach under a guise of rehabilitation and tutelage as opposed to justice.
Yes, but you say you will
Yes, we will, to make sure that none of the individuals in the town are harmed.
Looking for Jasmine.
Yes.
She's never done anything.
Then we'll make sure it stays that way. And if she continues to do nothing, then we will not have any problems.
People like Erebus still go free and keep on stabbing people.
Yes,
Seriously?
don't worry.
There is someone in this town who murdered 2 people and ate their bodies.
What?
Oh.
What?
What?
They were let free.
Who?
The one that calls themselves Chimera. There are also many situations where ones try to kill others here. It happens frequently.
And we have
Nothing is
informed
done
the guards of our displeasure with the state of affairs, and they are to rectify it.
Nice.
So right? Yes, that night when we tried to arrest Erebus, nothing happened. But she never did.
Who has tried
I
to
am
kill
the
people
head
on multiple occasions.
I am the head physician.
Nearly
I am
killed
a
Lance.
guard.
Nearly killed this one and Lily.
Is there a problem here?
Yes, this one doesn't seem to take to our agreement very nicely.
This one simply wants fairness.
And
but this one
I'm
has
giving
only
it
seen
to you.
hypocrisy.
And I stood up for you and him.
I am speaking to that one. You are the mayor.
What hypocrisy. Yes, I'm the mayor. I am to keep the people happy. The people who keep them safe are the guards. Your tutor,
Please join them.
who is meant to teach
You
you.
make judgment.
Be right
Am
back.
I not supposed to technically also have a say in this? I mean, not that I was actually invited.
You don't have to come now. Tomorrow maybe, but
I just also don't think it's quite
Sunday
fair.
and I
People like Erebus keep on going around and stabbing people.
This might not be the best time, but supposedly the expedition is tomorrow.
Because of what they technically are? Isn't technically also
No,
another
we're not. No.
person that kind of proves...
No, we're not doing that. We have. Leafside has continuously fought to protect our individuality. We are way
Good evening, Miss
off
Amelia.
any other kind of place in anywhere in these lands, and this whole world. In no way has there ever been a council of so many different species and creatures and the like this. Leafside is a shining example of something that is different and something that can work. So no, we are not.
It would
going
seem
to
I
rest
arrived at
on
some
just
high tensions.
what someone says in a fucking
Yes.
book. We rely on their own
Last night,
actions and who they are and what they do.
things went awry.
But if they do something wrong,
And
if
all
they
of
do
today has been
something
nothing but
wrong,
high tensions.
you answer to the law, which we had to reinforce
I see.
with our head guard here. That we need.
Is this in regards to the anathema?
And that includes cases like
Yes.
Erebus. And any case.
Very curious.
And I assume going forward.
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing you probably saw the one running around town earlier.
Indeed, I did, yes.
All derivative from that one, specifically.
Are you saying that these two are derivative of that one?
No. The
Are you saying the information?
actions from the one that you saw earlier, and it's trickling down as a consequence to those two.
Ah, now I see.
Seeing as how one took advantage, kind of, you know,
It's just magic.
makes everyone on high tensions around them.
We pass
Indeed.
judgment on multiple accounts. Not just hers. We do not base our information off one person.
Exactly, it's what Violet is saying.
The council has asked me to keep an eye on the perspective.
I also don't believe I got your name, good sir.
Lagor. Lagor Iron Fist.
Aballister Sterling.
Abalist?
Aballister.
Aballister. Okay.
Indeed.
I do apologize if I do forget at times and I say something else.
Of course. It's only
But
my
I can
first day
remember
here.
Sterling.
Whichever's easier for you.
I want you to do them, and hopefully they learn quickly.
I can almost name everybody in this town. I've only been here for 3 months.
It would seem a lot of the folks
say
that I've met
almost.
have only been here for a few months.
There's... Yeah, I arrived before the siege that happened here.
Ah, is
I
that
think I
what
was here
happened
about
to
a
the
week
buildings?
before then. Yes.
You seen Soda around recently?
Who?
Otto.
Otto? No. Oh, for a second there I thought I saw him all the way over there. But no, that's just,
No, I think that was Mr. Erebus.
Yeah, it's Erebus. They both wear the same color cloak, if you...
Yes, they're very similar.
I was just looking for a tail. But no, he did not have a tail. I know that he's not in the tavern, I can tell you that.
Counting half of the food, like the potatoes and that on the cart and the meats and that is storage.
I'm not sure where he's at currently.
I'm sure I'll find him eventually.
I wish
I
you
mean,
luck.
just start blurting out that you have a dangerous rune that he I'm pretty sure he would instantly come to you.
Maybe not. We'll see. Anyway.
The only thing we are asking of you is that you follow the laws as set in this town, as anyone else. We are not
I
asking.
might go grab Sylvie because I wanted to test something.
Yes, we will enforce them.
I see.
That is not for me to decide. In fact, it is up to our magistrate.
Don't mind me, I'm just wondering at this point.
Not at
You
all.
don't have to worry about my biases or the like coming in. We will go off
Hi,
the testimonies
we're from.
and witnesses and
Hello.
evidence that is provided
Well,
by
I've been around quite a few places.
to which then our magistrate will
We're from.
give the present
From here?
of criminal
No,
charges that are required.
but I am visiting.
Oh.
What would your name be?
Okay.
Also do that time when it is
Lalani, but... Welcome to Leafside. We have good food, good drinks, and fat asses.
I see. Quite the priorities.
Welcome. Okay. Where from?
Well, my name is Aballister Sterling, at your service. And, you could say that
okay.
I'm from Suna. Though, that might not quite
Oh.
apply.
No Sooner represented?
Not
Suna
quite.
represents
I
you.
wander a lot.
Oh, okay. She is sea slut. Very nice.
Sea slug?
Was here. She was sea slut. From Suna, representative. Very nice.
Ah, I see.
Very squishy when gave hug.
I would expect so.
Yeah, no bones. Very soft. Kind of like Gobby.
Really?
Green one. Gobby's soft too.
I suppose that would make sense as well. Have you been here long?
something that I
Few months.
even able to.
That seems to be a common answer I'm hearing.
Oh, really? Okay. Who else?
Well, there's been quite a few faces and names, but I'd say the majority have said between 1 to 3 months.
Oh. Strange.
Indeed. Perhaps I just haven't met any of the older members yet.
That one.
Yes, but we cannot be.
Are you pointing
Mayor.
at the mayor? Ah, yes. I do hope to speak with them at some point, though they do seem a bit busy.
Oh yeah, having fight.
I hope it does not ramp up too much.
You
No.
make it seem like that they have just walked in yesterday.
But unfortunately,
time to learn under you,
are
to
surrounded.
understand the laws, and
Very
the
stressed.
amount of time and pressure that we have
It
all
would appear
put on
so.
you. They have had time.
Not good. Much better like
They are
that.
not new to this town. They are not a little bab
That's a fair
that has
point.
just been born. They are not
It's also a bit of an
sheep that has just been
odd place for
slaughtered.
such a conversation.
Just happened.
This one's slaughter sheep.
Indeed.
That's why standing behind to give support.
There's nothing wrong with sheep.
Very good.
Did this one slaughter a sheep?
Mm-hmm. What name?
Aballister Sterling.
Situation has been dealt with, and
Aballister. Okay, we'll try to remember.
Indeed.
Aballister.
I know, it can be a mouthful.
Okay.
Could call me Sterling if
Go
you
ahead, then.
find the other two Oh,
you pass judgment. I
Very
have
nice.
not passed anything. Nothing.
Have feather or
And as someone
Indeed.
who speaks as someone who has
Braggett.
lived an unfair
What type bird?
life, I know what it is like to be in chains.
To be honest, I don't know the name of it.
Down upon, to have
Oh,
such
okay. Angry.
second thoughts put upon them, to be spat at, to be looked at in some other way. Since you have entered this town, have you been spat upon? Have you been kicked to the ground?
Friend.
Have you been
Go
put
say
in
hi.
chains again and again and again? Have you been whipped? Have you been slayed? Have you watched your people suffer in front of your own eyes? It is not fair for you to come at us and speak of such things when there are many of us that have gone through this, especially me. I know how unfair life is. I may not have lived as long as you, because we never got that chance. So bite your fucking tongue for 5 minutes. And shut up and learn.
Hey, Tal, maybe this conversation is just over, right? We should try this another day. Or something.
I believe we should adjourn for the evening.
I believe it's time for this meeting to be adjourned now.
For the people to decide things.
Yes, well, you keep saying that. Maybe you should all walk away.
Well.
Tal,
Go
let's put
first.
us away for a moment. Yeah, very important. Very important. Totally, very important. Let's walk away.
May I take you to the side? Pardon. And Ava, if you have this has nothing to do with what has just been discussed. This has nothing to do.
Not your issue, more so your insight. Still know more than I do. I can ask one of the alchemists if it's something needs to be made.
Sorry, Amelia.
You're fine. Take a minute. Collect yourself. Breathe.
Spirit
Breathe
is
in.
having, I guess, too much
Breathe
bad
out.
mana in it. So I'm assuming they need time to get over it, but then has something to replace
You're right.
it.
Got a little heated. Maybe too heated for. God, I hope that wasn't what your entire conversation was like.
Each other in the
meetings
alleys and then
today.
yelling at each other in front of the, in the streets. So I brought her to the tavern. We did. She's sitting in the tavern currently.
My tolerance is in a goddamn toilet for shit.
I can tell today's not a good day for most of you.
Everyone's got some special fucking issue they expect us to bend our ass over backwards about. Go to hell.
Well, this is quite the scenario. Time of high tensions indeed.
Well, I explained to the alchemist. Thank you.
I'm sorry. If you're asking about a location to receive mana potions, then I would advise that they attempt to get in contact with one of the medical personnel if they wish to use anything.
Oh wait, there he is.
Perhaps use
appreciate it. Well,
I would say you're free to go in. If you need some potion, you can go grab one.
I'll mark it down if it's taken.
A possible alternative if he's feeling himself suffering under an increase in bad mana. I believe Miss Ayla can drain that mana, so perhaps she could be a resource to pull from as well to pull some of that mana away from him.
Yeah, I thought about that. She's the alternative. We're going with the basic methods. Well, you like to give remedies, but it seems like you might need a dose of alone time with away from this town yourself. Maybe a calming hunting trip.
That's part of the reason why I'm stepping down as the head position. I wish to return to being a hunter tracker full time, more or less.
That is your choice, and nobody will fault you for it.
I have follow-ups in place. Snowbell will likely take up the position that I am vacating. Fee will likely fill her role with herself and Elijah.
I see. I'll continue doing what I can from the fringes. It should be fine as well.
Still, just let it rip.
Still do know a bit about alchemy, so I'll be able to gather some stuff to assist them. And I will, of course, always be available if they need me to help with the surgery or anything like that. But as far as my primary responsibility.
Oh, sorry, I was just.
Good evening.
lighting my match. Hi. Hi. Yeah, I'm guessing you're new here?
That is quite correct. I only arrived this morning.
Yeah. Well, it's welcome to Leafside. It exists.
That certainly is one description. A pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
My name is Aballister Sterling. At your service.
Oh. Oh, my name is Skylar. Skylar Everwood.
A pleasure to meet you, Skylar.
I'm thank you. I guess you find me around every now and then, but yeah, I work at the clinic and I just help around really.
I see. I believe I had heard a little bit about some of the members of the clinic before, but it's nice to actually meet one in person.
Yeah, we do our best for this town. Hello.
I was told to give provision to you.
Oh, we are good. We've gotten plenty of provisions, but if you want to bring something in for yourself, that's perfectly fine. If you're planning on going on the mission, yeah.
Yeah, I am. They said well, so I said yes.
Actually, in hindsight, getting provisions for the East team would be good. I only have them for the
That's what I'm
North
doing.
team. Okay, then you can get some provisions for your own team.
Okay, I'll just use my stash.
Yeah, just whatever you can bring. You probably for like a day at least. I don't think we're planning on
Oh,
staying for too long, but a day is just in case.
I don't have enough for a day. I might need to go to the mountains tonight then. then,
Okay.
Then I'll have stuff for the day.
Well, I'm sure everyone else will. But yeah, I'm sure you can manage.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And the local
I'm sure you
apothecary.
probably heard about. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that could work. I'm sure you've heard about the mission that's happening soon.
Indeed, I have. I was actually curious if any extra hands were still needed.
I know I remember the East team having a bit less people signed up than the North team, so you could probably join that.
I see, I see. Well, I believe I was directed towards Miss Amaris, towards more information. But do you know what each team would be about?
It's your time.
Well, according to the bulletin board,
Mayor Jasmine. It's so good to meet you. Mayor Jasmine, oh my god.
Let me just make sure it's...
Think of it, you get your nice big old comfy room.
I think North team is going to a wounds of sorts, and the East team will be tracking down a chimera of sorts.
I may interject. Specifically, the chimera that we are trying to locate is a carcass, not a live one.
Okay.
That is good to hear.
Good, I misheard.
The body has turned to stone, meaning that we are trying to get inside of it, as there is apparently a body we are trying to retrieve of, was it an ancient Defleo?
I believe so. I know Sister has more information on that.
Specifically, it's going to be, at least from what I hear, an expedition specifically to open up the carcass that's turned into stone, sorry, and retrieving that body. I personally will be going on that mission. It's more up my alley. By the way, pleasure to meet you. I'm Juniper. I'm one of the craftsmen and blacksmiths of the area.
Ah, indeed. And pleasure to meet you as well. I am Aballister Sterling. At your service.
Oh, pleasure is mine. However, going back to it, I see no issue with getting inside the carcass. I actually made a drill that's somewhere in the blacksmith that should be able to mine through. So if you want a little bit more assurance, at least you have somebody who knows, who at least showed interest in going inside the East team. I'm not sure about the North team. Are you planning on going?
I'm going to the North team, yes. Mostly, I know that there's, like, presumably Woodlands where I'll be heading. I know Amos will be going north, so she might have more information on that. But I know we are going to be talking to a individual who is up north there.
I see.
So, it is really of your choice if you are planning on helping where your proficiencies lie. It sounds like, at least with the ruins, it's more exploratory, while we have the general idea of where we need to go for the East team is just getting into and accessing the body.
But then again, you guys, the East team does have a little bit less people for now, as of now, according to the signups.
Another point to be added into your decision. Regardless, if I do see you in the East team, I hope we get to work together well, and if not, be safe. The Vale is a dangerous place. If I heard you have your mask, if you don't already, I would suggest you get a mask. I'm actually currently working on one for me. The Vale is quite a dangerous place.
Indeed. I've heard some of the stories, and so I've been very interested in seeing some of it for myself.
Well, if there's anything you need equipment-wise, either weapon sharpened, armor, or regardless, talk to me. There's another couple of people. Phoenix is another one, big, tall, lizard man, can't miss him. And another one named Vincent, Blue Defleo, usually hangs around the forage. Can't miss him. We'll be able to
Bing
switch
is
you over.
also Bing is also another option if they're not available.
Yes. Bing is actually, I believe, currently busy with something, but very tall gentleman, very nice,
Yes, yes. I did have the pleasure of meeting him earlier.
Oh.
That's good.
Then I don't need to introduce. I need to get back to work. However, I just heard over conversation about this, and I'm excited as it will be my
No,
first
you're
mission.
fine. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of my first mission for this town too.
Well, I mean, I was here for elk and helped with that, but this is my first exploratory mission, I should say.
Oh.
I must bid you all adieu.
It was a pleasure to meet
Whatever
you.
you choose is whatever you choose, and I'm sure an extra hand or an arm will not be turned away.
Just gonna tell you real quick.
Absolutely.
Help is help.
You're,
I'll try and see where best I am needed.
Just letting you know just ahead of time.
But yes, but yeah, kind of important for this town, to my knowledge, and people within it, myself included.
Indeed. I'll try to help out
So,
however
yeah,
I can.
If you're planning, yes, if you're planning on going, just again get a gas mask commissioned. I'd honestly recommend that above everything else, to be honest. But yes, that's all from me about it.
Very good. Thank you very much, Miss Skylar.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure.
You too. I'll be wandering now. Then.
Do take care.
You too.
It's not like a fancy extend thing. It's just a simple scalping that I can use to run around.
We'll still assist where
Look far away and then run back up.
You are not. You will still be in town then? You are simply stepping down from the position?
Yes, I will likely be attempting to refocus my efforts into what I'm supposed to do.
No. This is for like my own use and for future missions.
That is good that we will not be using you and your experience.
That's very kind of
You
you.
are very helpful for
I can
this
do the
stuff.
smaller version.
That's very kind of you.
Bigger one.
I certainly try. I
don't have the
not
precise
perfect, but I do assure you. Best to bring it back.
Actually, you know what? Because
As
you've been
far
giving
as
me
I would have to be requesting the details.
I'll get it started. I'll either come to you when it's done, or if you just need me.
This is the first I've heard of procedure for it. It was mostly for you to look and see what your thoughts were.
I'm debating whether or not to interrupt the conversation.
Myself and Lens helps me with tasting the bandages when it is hurting too much for me to do myself. That is all.
Show me here. If you feel comfortable enough to show me here, we can take a look at it, but I don't wish to.
If you have the time. It is needed.
I'm not sure if I'll have
I went
much time
too
to-
long trying to avoid it before Lens found out, but I need to do something needs to be done about it one way or the other at some point.
That's fair. Apologies. Do you need something? Do you have a question?
Ah, yes. I'm sorry. Would you be a Miss Amaris?
That is correct.
Ah, very good. I was directed your direction for the possible parties going out to the Vale tomorrow.
Oh, yes. My specific team is to be taking the north approach.
I see. Is there currently still room on the northern expedition?
I do believe you can place your name down. I am uncertain as to how specific they'll divvy up the units later. But
Mhm.
yes, it's free to place your name down if you have an interest in. Should be posted on the board over there. There's one with my name at the top in North Team.
And you can read all about it on the board. Excuse me, gentlemen, while I take my wife away.
Apologies.
Buonarrito.
We'll
Do take care.
later.
Well, there's a lot of busy individuals about.
Buonarrito too. Oh. This town is always busy. There is always something going on.
It would seem.
And if you miss a day or two out in the woods, there is surely always lots to find out about once you get back.
That is very true. And what might your medic be?
My name is Rasmus Borgerald Birigo.
I see.
And
Aballister
you are?
Sterling.
Aballister. It is good to meet you. Are you new in town today or arrived in the last couple of days?
Just today.
As
Arrived
I
this
hinted
morning
to,
by
I
the
have
docks.
been out in the woods. Oh. Then you certainly... there is a lot to learn and a lot to do in this town.
Indeed. I'm trying to catch up, as it were. I'll be spending some time here at least, and hoping to find some sort of occupation.
Is there particular skills you are used to using previously?
Indeed. I'm very skilled in the scholarly arts. I've already spoken with Mr. Thomas and Miss Amelia about perhaps a scholarly position.
That is who I was going to suggest then. It sounds like you are already on your way for that line of work.
Indeed. I've tried to keep myself busy.
It is always good. Anyway, I am going to get myself more to drink and go about my night. Buonarrito, it was nice to meet you, Aballister.
Indeed. Absolutely. It's been a pleasure, Rasmus. Right here. I think perhaps it has reached that time of the night to start, perhaps winding down in the tavern. Good evening.
Oi. I don't think we met.
I don't believe so.
Busy all day. I'm Blake. The U is silent. I work at the docks mostly.
Ah, I heard that you are also the magistrate.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. When I'm needed, yeah.
Righty. Well, you can call me Aballister Sterling. At your service.
Oh, good to meet you, Aballister. Mr. Sterling. Yeah. You like a leaf side? It's a bit of a chaotic town, but like, you know,
It is.
all right.
But it is nice to have things interesting, I suppose.
Yeah, you could put it that way. For sure. It's nice. Yeah. What brings you into town? Just sort of hanging out or...
Well, I've been travelling the world, as it were, and I suppose this leg of my journey has reached me into Arran.
Oh, well, there you go. Right. Yeah, you're a bit of a traveller sort of a person. I guess Otto does this. Did they barricade the front of the... Am I seeing that right?
Where?
Sorry. Cutting the conversation short. No, okay, no. It's just a...
Oh,
perspective.
are you
I
speaking
thought
of all
they
the wooden
barricaded-
things there?
Yeah, I thought it was in front of the staircase, but no, it's not. I was freaking out.
Do you know more about the scuffle that seemed to happen yesterday?
with the anathema?
Yes, I heard something about a well bursting and several people being attacked.
Right, yeah, there was some kind of gateway under the town. Bunch of evil creatures came out of it. I mean, evil, I guess, is a bit of a subjective term. The creatures that may be evil not by nature, but by place of living. It's all complicated. They busted out, they sort of made their way around town. I don't know if they attacked anyone, but they definitely got murdered, and then we captured one, put it in the sails, and then the big one that's on our side, give or take, ripped its arms off. Someone went to go heal it, and then it attacked the person who was healing them, so then somebody killed that one. Yeah.
Right.
Don't get the blood on you, it's incredibly corrosive. You know,
Noted.
not exactly ideal. So, yeah, it's about all that I know.
I see. Well, thank you for bringing me up to speed.
Oh, no problem, no problem. It's a bit of a weird time, I think. I'm of the opinion that it's good for people to be aware of what's going on in town, you know, especially if you're going to be staying here for a couple of days or what have you.
Indeed. I was already shown that there's quite high tensions at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit. Might be a mayoral election fairly soon here.
Oh, really?
Which will be exciting. Yeah, seems like it. Current mayor's going to be going back to her hometown or something like that. So. Not the first time it's happened. Which, you know, it's weird that it's happened twice.
The previous mayor left as well.
Yep, left to go back to their hometown. They were from Astana, so they got drafted, more or less. Not so much this one. This one, I think, just family issues have sprung up and they have to go back home, so.
I see.
As it goes.
So it goes.
So if you're interested in being a mayor of a town, you know, you can shoot your shot. I can't say you win because people probably don't know you, but you know. There's Gobby, he likes to fly.
He can fly?
He's got really good jumping, like he can jump real high and then he hovers. Mostly the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Very curious.
Also, vampire going around town, watching Nick. I haven't killed anyone, but you know, a little bit of sucking here and there.
Right. I suppose I won't stay out by myself then.
I mean, honestly, they're not that bad. The one I know, anyway, she's pretty friendly. Heals up the wounds once she's done with you too. But probably not going to be much of an issue anymore, you know. I think there's other vampires in town too, though, but I'm not entirely sure where they're at. If they, you know, hunt the people, or if they prefer to go after the animals, a lot of them like, you know, critters and stuff. It's a little easier, you know, than going after people, because, you know, people kind of get mad about it. But critters don't really. It's just you got to catch them. That's the problem. People.
I suppose that does make sense.
Yeah. Anything else about the town I can think of? No, not really. Oh, right. Big black crystals. If you see them growing out of the ground, don't touch them because they'll explode basically the whole town. But we haven't had that issue in months now, so it's probably not going to be a concern.
Right. He certainly has quite the history.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot going on in this town. I mean, this tree used to not be burnt, and now it is. That's not Gobby that is flying up there. There's something else in the sky.
Looks like some kind of bird.
It's a big fucking bird. We don't usually get birds around here. Couldn't tell you why. I mean, we had a seagull for a while, and then Tail, I think, ate it. So that's probably why we don't have many birds.
That would explain it.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go for a walk around. If you want, like, a nice place to hang out for the night, tavern, honestly, lovely place.
Indeed, that was where I was headed next.
Oh, great, yeah. Yeah, it's a nice place.
Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Blake.
You as well, Aballister. Or Aballister, so. Sorry.
Indeed. Well, do take care. Have a good night.
You as well. If you ever need lanterns, just take them. Just make sure you put them away at the end of the day. It's all good.
Noted.
I need to get Blake. I'm sorry. Pardon.
I basically
Hey, Bart friend.
Len.
Meet
Ah,
you later
indeed.
at the tavern, hopefully.
Indeed.
Hey, nice fucking mustache, bro. Holy fuck.
Thank you.
Can I like twirl it? Is that weird?
I think we don't know each other well enough for that yet.
Okay, that's fair. No, that's valid. That's valid. Want to look at my pottery that's lead lined?
I suppose.
It's very old. It's very old. She takes out a shard of pottery. It's got lead glazing. It's very old. It's like thousands of years old and stuff. I know it's lead because I licked it.
I know they exist.
That is one way to identify.
But no one does this anymore, so this is very old.
Somewhat cold.
Indeed. It somewhat reminds me of some of the pottery I've seen in Yorn.
Do they lead line their shit?
Just looking through my
Not the lead part, but the make.
from Linden,
Huh.
and I'm just wondering if one
Yeah,
of the things that
I don't know exactly what it reminds me most of. It's kind of like,
rune
I don't know, the drawings on it are very weird. I can't tell if it's
Or
like
something
old ass
similar.
runes or just symbols.
there will be something like that.
cool. Just
I
wanted to
think
make sure.
instead of it being a rare,
I have been able to study some runes. Perhaps I could help identify it at some point.
when you, yeah, like a powder that when you.
Well,
add
you
some
know what?
water
I
in.
actually drew a few, so. Where is it? I have a paper in my notepad.
It's a small vial.
Ow.
It's just a
Ow.
powder poured into the
Nicked
water.
myself on the pottery shard.
Should make a
It's
cool.
fine. Turns to a page and rips it off. It's got a few of the drawings on there.
Maybe
There we go.
Silver? Yeah, silver.
Right.
Give that back to me at some point.
I think I'll take a look at it overnight, compared with
What's
some
your
of my
name?
notes. Oh yes, how rude of me. You can call me Aballister Sterling. Scholar, warrior, poet, at your
Aballister.
service.
I'm Sarah Petrichor. I'm a cave explorer. I was stuck in a cave for 4 months. It was great.
Oh.
Look at his mustache. What?
It is
Good
midnight
evening.
magnificent. I'm heading to sleep. Don't wake me up by opening the door again.
How the fuck do you want me to enter the room?
Quietly. Open the door slowly, like a normal person.
I'll open the window.
Who knows their roommate is sleeping. Until you get the renovations, be careful.
Okay.
Have a good night. And
Good night.
mustache is nice.
Thank you.
Right. You didn't let me twirl it.
No shit. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Veronica.
Aballister Sterling.
He's got a fancy ass name too. Sorry, not in a mean way. I did.
Cool if I call you Ab or Abe.
Of course. I'm no stranger to nicknames.
Happy boy.
Alright, I'm gonna leave you to her. Don't be too weirded out by how strange she is.
Listy.
Take care.
She's a good person.
Listy. Because how about Lister? Listy? Has anyone ever shortened the Lister part?
That one is new.
Listy.
I'm gonna call you Listy. That's my personal nickname, hell yeah. Listy, I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow about that little thing.
Of course.
We'll talk, and we'll have a good time. Yeah.
I'm sure with our minds combined, we can get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, we're geniuses. Right. I want to fuck around a bit more. I want to let you go to do your stuff.
Of course.
So I can meet you. I'll be around.
Do take care. The connections abound. I'm making an impression. Things do seem a bit quiet at the moment. Going to take
When
a...
is it not? When is it not?
Yeah.
Going to take a quick moment up here. Let's grab a drink of water. Right. Yeah, I think might as well, once we're in here, I'm gonna go grab a little bit more water, refill up. I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, we are back. We're still looking good. Test, test, test. Alright. Let's just do a quick recalibration. And we can head back out there. I think we are good to go. We just recheck the expressions. There we go.
It's about, but I don't want to pry. It's private business.
Ah, there goes Miss Layla. They said that they'd get me a drink, and that they would show a performance at the stage in the tavern. Though they might be indisposed. Excuse me. Some interesting folks about. I do just want to take a peek inside the guild hall for the night. So, Oh. Some sort of fight underway here.
But then again, I also tend to lend my tent to people that need it, so I may end up just doing a two-room.
Or he's a human.
I'll put a down payment.
I'm like a nest in boats.
Just in case, if there is one, I'll
You
put a
need to
down
stop
payment.
talking while you're ahead, Ori.
Oh, I'm gonna keep digging the.
Oh,
25 gold.
I guess 10 gold.
I thought it was 25.
25
Because
gold. Sure, if you want to pay for it is. If you're paying for the whole thing, I'll take. I was just gonna keep the 10, be like you till you're like I don't want to give it back to you.
When did this
Yeah, all right,
start?
cool. Yeah, all right, your name.
I'll probably take down the tent over there.
Alright, someone.
Phoenix's place.
Someone,
Yes, a time ago.
But I leave. I will
someone
leave
called
my
me
cushion up there.
It started when I was in your order and it's continued.
Oh.
Yep.
They had like an eye patch.
Oh,
over
for a
here.
second there, I thought you died.
No, I'm here. I swear.
Oh, Talia? Yeah, Talia.
Okay.
Oh my
Now this is interesting.
Didn't know what I was.
Period sure is going angry mode during a sparring match.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't know how much longer this spar is
Like,
gonna
well,
be.
the first time I saw you, I said, Dog Jess.
So I'll probably provide medical and then head out
Oh
for the
my
night.
word.
Also, do you wear horseshoes? And how comfortable are they?
She's wearing horse shoes right now, Ori.
Oh my god.
Literal shoes.
I mean,
she lifts
I think
up
they're
one of
just
her
colors.
legs out just.
Oh my god. Did they cost?
Oh, they actually are horseshoes.
Because I
Yeah.
have no money. I'm poor as shit.
I told you to sell pottery.
I'm going to, but then
Hmm.
Jared got upset because I said I made a copy of the Euphoria and they were like,
Don't make a copy.
It doesn't matter what he thinks.
Just make your own things.
Okay, here, Ori, did you show the copy of the Euphoria to Violet by chance?
Right here. Evening, Juniper. Right here. There's a curious group there. This is quite the place. Getting a lay of the land, as it were. They left so much unlocked right now. I could easily slip through there. I am curious what would be past this point. I'm assuming by the GM cards that there's probably broken doors. A lot of space. I am curious what's up these stairs as well. Judging by before, that most likely leads to the council chambers. I'm not sure where that way leads. This would most likely lead back out towards the arena. I don't know what would be that direction. Come to think of it, I don't think the cafe opened at all today. And I have not yet had anything to eat. So perhaps it might be a good idea to fetch something to eat here.
There you go. I said that's true. It is for chopping down trees.
Give those to me.
That's what I was gonna use them for. I have to wash the handkerchief.
Oh, so you need to wash that. I can get some. I could get.
Sorry, I kept you.
I'll get you in there for a second. Could you pull?
Perhaps now would be a bad time.
Damn, no. Water is just.
Right, just wait before you go.
madam.
She's got it right off.
Oh, there you go.
What's going on, dude?
I'm not sure how to end out the night. I would, of course, still like to catch up with quite a few folks. Particularly Mr. Tyrion.
There they are.
No, I'm joking.
Ah, there's the captain now.
Yeah.
You hit me quite a few times that sauce. Hey, when are we going to poker night?
As soon
as Miss Rhoda gets back with the back deck of cards. That motherfucker is like a cat, like with the attention span of a goldfish. Do you think he's gonna come back with cards? He's gonna come back with
Jonathan, thanks for beating me up.
yeah,
Can we get my lantern? It's over there.
Wait.
Yeah,
sure.
This
For
one.
a random reason.
Just
After I chased it and captured it, I gave it a fish and I was like, oh,
I went like this
missing
and
that
then
ticket.
but my arm went.
Someone
Yeah.
do it.
Come on, I got you.
How much of your arm I used to punch?
I don't know if I should say that to them.
I'm okay. Yeah. She taught me this like 5-7 years ago.
Okay, you called that a spa would make me feel better. Fair enough.
Spa? It was a spa.
What's a spa?
He's not getting it fucking. He's not getting the deck of cards. He's getting himself lost and distracted. He's not doing shit.
I see.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go.
I should have a deck of cards over in my office, I would think.
Do it with pretty much any elf.
Are we playing
I don't know why you just don't go to the tavern.
Tavern. Although the tavern should have cards. I'd be shocked if they
Like
didn't.
how you can heal with fire.
I would be very shocked.
I'd be shocked if you had any time to yourself
I
for
don't
a
think
day.
I can move.
You need a... Okay, hold on, I got you. Come on.
No, 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 no,
Come on.
no, 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 no,
Evening.
no, I got it. I'm not gonna be carried.
Love the feather. Looks fabulous.
I would do
Thank you.
hand up though.
All right, come on. Mr. Flint?
I need to change.
I remember
Sterling.
correctly?
Out of this.
Sterling.
Oh, yeah, the
Apologies.
tavern.
Good to see you. We're just heading over to the tavern for some cards.
Ah,
I don't know if you
very
can
well.
get a buy-in to the game, but you're welcome to join us over for drinks.
I'll see you guys at the tavern.
Thank you.
Miss Layla promised me a drink and, potentially a performance.
Oh, she's
Really? You're the one that Layla's sparring.
Sparring? No, more of a musical performance.
A performance? Oh!
Not
I wonder who
everybody
she was
fights,
sparring.
Tyrion.
Well, I'm sorry. She said she was supposed to fight somebody tonight. Fair
No,
enough.
she had a
I'll
lot
leave
of
you to-
verbal fights tonight.
I will leave you to your engagement then, sir. But if you care to find us at the tavern, you're more than welcome.
I think I will be heading that
That's not
direction.
what that means.
Since you're still on duty, I'm
I am most certainly not on duty anymore. I am. Well, okay, here's the fair question. Adrian, when am I ever off duty? How about that?
whenever you choose to be, but you never choose to.
No, because the second I do something, it's going to burst into flames, fall over, and explode.
Shove. That's the other people's problem.
Oh no!
Well, anyway,
We were
there was
going
a
to play cards. What is
there's
it?
viscera in the farm yard I had to pick up earlier. Don't know what it was.
No, I do. I'm sorry. I already spoke to the council about it and profusely apologized. That was on me. I didn't have anywhere else to bring Riro home, and she was in an instance that she could have harmed somebody, so I brought her to the farm. And well, we will be replacing the sheep and also providing the sheep.
You're much better with the mechanical bits when it comes to magical stuff. I can probably help, but I think you're also
Ah. Perhaps she's already headed toward the tavern.
Where did you steal that from?
Don't worry about it.
Perhaps not.
Try to get it done by tomorrow morning.
No, you
so you
cannot.
can take it with you before you head out.
What do you want? Here's a silver. A couple of
Curious.
I'd recommend also, I'm not sure how skilled you are with it. Again,
Good evening.
It's good evening.
I do wonder where she's gone off to. Pardon me. Good evening, Mr. Kai.
Hello.
Have you sensed Miss Layla pass through this part?
Layla went into that big building over there with Blake, one of the officials. I think they're having a conversation currently.
Ah, so they haven't exited yet. Good to know. Thank you.
No problem.
I suppose in that case I should probably take another look. It could be in those other corridors. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a look. They seem to have completely disappeared. They could have exited out that way, I suppose. Or perhaps they're over that way. These doors were shut earlier. I'm most likely poking my head in places that I shouldn't be, but my curiosity gets the better of me.
We can tell if they are imitating form of boiling blood.
Those are voices. It's best to make myself scarce before they see me. Never good to be caught dropping eaves. This does appear to be the main hall. And I would hazard a guess that that's the dungeon. Another side passage as well. Well, it would seem most of the folks that I wish to conversate with are currently busy. So instead... Evening.
Yes, I'm aware.
Good evening.
What do you wanted the tell her that you do the raccoon?
I haven't had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Pleasure to meet you. I used to use a rapier of my own a long time ago.
Ah. You are Mr. Otto,
I've
correct?
mastered... I am. I'm sure you've had much negative things about me thus far.
I actually haven't heard
History
much.
repeats itself.
I could use tea.
Oh, that's surprising. Usually it's mostly negative. Either way, mastered many a weapons, rapier one of my first. I'm more partial towards the short sword. Just as dexterous and fun, but not as much reach.
Hmm. Indeed.
And your name?
Doesn't matter which kind.
I am Aballister Sterling. Scholar, warrior, and poet. At your service.
Pleasure to meet you. My name is Otto, an acronym, but the actual name is something I'd like to keep secret. Otto was originally one of my pen names when I did write poetry, as well as songs and sonnets, for when I tried to be a bard.
I see. Did it not pan out then?
It did not pan out, mostly because my line of work rapidly shifted into something a little bit more hostile and down low.
Very
Unfortunately, being a
understandable.
bard wasn't appreciated in those circles. Except on the ships. The ships very much appreciated the banjo. It was very enjoyable.
The banjo was a good choice, though I myself am partial to the lute.
The lute! The banjo is something that originated in Yorn, and it has such a unique sound compared to the lute. The lute is much more elegant in my opinion, but there's something so rustic about the banjo that
Something
I just can't
homely.
help but enjoy. Homely, exactly. And just playing a few strings over and over again as you walk along the road, it's one of my, it's a simple luxury. And it's
Indeed it
very
is.
pleasant. I'm sure that you have your ties with the lute. What is your favorite? What is your anything in excuse me? Do you like parading around in bars? Do you like singing to royalty? Is that something that you're interested in?
I suppose nothing as auspicious as royalty, but I do enjoy serenading a tavern from time to time.
I have to get to hanging out with my compatriots and play around at poker.
Absolutely.
Well, you're tall. I leave you to it. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Rationally would not go on, or what's going on? Stuff like that. I'm no longer double marking.
I see no grave, no major error.
It's been such a really long
Wouldn't
day to
one
get
want
here.
to rise the mother?
Is that all you need?
Will the need us come
Well,
through
yeah,
the
but
end?
sometimes
Thank you so much.
if you're drinking with someone that you
Are you heading out for the night?
don't really find attractive, it can make you feel
I haven't really
attracted
decided yet.
to and then
Probably heading out for the night though.
and then in the morning,
Getting a bit late.
I guess in that case, it was a pleasure. having you.
Ready,
That's all.
spaghetti?
Thank you for having me.
I cannot see any ill for trying to find comfort within another's.
I recommend the venison stew. It's really good.
Hmm.
We haven't
That
eaten
does
yet.
sound good.
I guess if anyone will do, then it's
Mhm.
not a problem.
The matter is,
Hey, how
Good
can I help
evening.
you?
Well, I am particularly famished, and I was just recommended... Oh, can't forget that. I was just recommended the venison stew.
Can you eat meat?
Oh, okay. Mm.
We
You
have
can do
meat
that.
pies,
Do you want
right?
any drinks alongside that?
Well, Miss Layla did say that she owed me a drink,
Do we have
but
meat pie or stew
I think, oh,
The stew, it seems like.
We got stew.
I think just the stew for now.
No, that's fine.
Alright.
he leaves.
Good evening again, Miss Skylar.
Hi. Nice to see you again as well.
3 copper.
I mean, this is a bowl. This is obviously a bowl.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a bowl.
Ah.
Here you go.
Bowl soup.
That looks delightful. How much do I owe you?
For the venison, that is 6 copper.
Righty. I should have just enough copper for that. There you are.
Thank you. You okay?
No, I'm fine. Just...
I think I'll find myself a corner spot.
Do I have to hit start game?
I'll hit start game. Because I'm gonna start on the thing. Alright, you all ready?
I think they're actually playing a game out of character. Yeah. I do need to double check.
Okay.
Alrighty then. Tree with some fruit in that sense. Should be giving you such smoothie.
I need
Sweetie.
to...
And also green tea with fruit.
Okay. The posture isn't too strange.
Let them still go into it a little bit, and once you're done, get the tea bags out, put them on the plate separately. It's fine. I'll get the
Do that for now. Alright.
Thank you, Bing. Also, Bing, I just want to let you know,
Oh, feels good to eat something.
You're turning my tavern into a gambling den.
We're not
gambling.
Take it easy while you're here. Round of poker and all of a sudden it's a gambling.
I'm just fucking with you. You're fine. I'm just fucking with you. You're alright.
That's why you don't want taken away by the
As long as you don't do anything fucking scammy here, if I catch that shit, you're getting thrown out.
So what's the good cards then?
Jasmine, I'm not going to
Good cards. Tyrion, how about you explain?
RP card down. I'm really bad at explaining poker.
Okay.
Okay,
RP cards down. I have to like. I will run the clock and then I'll check.
Alright.
So yeah, basically
Texas Hold'em is
I know out of character, dude. I know how to play out of character.
Tyrion, you have 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just doing it. Yeah, out of character, I know. Yeah, out of character, I know.
So check basically means that you don't bet. You have to match whatever the current bet is during the hand.
Yes.
So you can either check and just keep the current bet, you can fold and basically toss into the hand, or you can bet and increase the bet.
Oh dear. A long day. I've been standing for most of the day, so my legs are killing me.
You want a drink?
Not a 2 and a 4. What do you want from me?
Where does it show how much you have like in entirety?
It's on the do I next to your name? Next to your name.
Next to your name.
Answer your name.
Everybody's. Oh,
This is such a big.
This is gonna go badly. This is gonna go badly.
This is gonna be a quick game, isn't it? It's
You know what?
I can restart and put my hand again for another goal.
Too rich for my blood, my fault.
What did you say?
I'm so glad there's company on the menu.
I need to figure out how far the tip of the brim reaches, or how far down I need to tilt my head to have the eyes hidden.
Oh, this is gonna be tense. There is
I think that just about here should be hidden enough.
There's 3 whole gold on the table.
Which is almost putting my chin into my chest.
I could use some honey meat if you want.
Alright. Wait, wait.
Yes.
Oh wait, we're still on the last round of betting. We're on the last
We're
round.
still in the round. Yes, you've got to check.
Last round, check.
Alright, I think then we show. Oh, now it shows.
I have been very happy with how the model came out. It looks so good.
2 pair.
2 pair. Wow, Amelia with the flush.
And you've never played before. Never played before.
That's impressive.
I figured that worked, right?
Now you're
Hold on. Why did I bet
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Why did you bet 50?
Why did I raise?
Oh, I said
enough. I'll call.
Jasmine, she's been in the town for less than 3 days now, and are you two in cahoots now? What's going on?
I've known them for rather 5 years.
I've known Sylvia for quite a while.
I've had a bit tonight.
Nice.
I don't know what my mean, but they
I inquisitively.
Check.
I want to play Blaze against Focus, so.
Check.
I'm losing on my money.
Check.
What's the matter?
Nothing, he's fine. He said he's making something for someone. But then, like, you know you can't just come back here, right? You gotta work here. He's like, I know.
I see.
I mean, if no one's raising, how the fuck do I fold? Check, doesn't matter.
That's fair. Check. There's no point in folding on the hand if everybody's checking, because then you like.
You know, I'm not sure if
I would just see who has the best.
Ragrian was in session today. I haven't seen Kelton at all.
One pair. Jack.
I won. What?
You were aces high. None of us actually had a winning hand,
None
except
of us had it. Yeah, none of us had it.
Here you are.
Are you winning something?
I didn't.
No, I knew that. The night is young.
I knew
Started
that.
off betting on gold. I haven't lost all of it yet.
Alright, anyway. Guys, I'm almost have to leave the game.
Sure. I can bet it on your behalf.
50 gold on a house.
50.
You bought a house. Congratulations.
Oh, very nice.
I have money, can't do this.
Oh, welcome officially to the
Feels nice to sit down. But I think we've had some very good starts today. Made a lot of introductions with some of the folks we were looking for. And we've laid some of the groundwork for trying to set up a scholar job inside the keep. And I think we've also got preparations to try and go on that mission next session as well. We are looking good.
I'm just enjoying the show.
That's fascinating. You were just saying that because you got bullshit in your hands.
I have
Why
no
does this
such
game
thing.
keep turning me into a Brooklyn accent? I fucking hate it.
I don't know what's going on.
Otto, did you happen to play in some sort of gambling den where it's like a specific accent and now this is bringing this out in you?
I did have to pretend. Anyway.
Oh, so you had a
I am curious. Ah, nice. That was something I was hoping for with the new camera system, is that it looks like on the OBS I'm still staying nice and in focus with this. I think I might still stick to the old camera for NDA, but for this I think whenever I'm doing old Aballister I'll probably be doing this camera style. Because it also cuts down a bit on the whatchamacallit, the load on the computer. Yes, otherwise I'd be loading the world twice with the camera. And this way it's just loading me.
I can't believe you've done this.
I will pretend like I know what's happening.
Hey, I do care. However, the only alternative at this point is to throw him in the fire.
Don't explode on the food and the food not be allowed in town. You can run around, you can do your thing, don't annoy the customers, and don't explode. As long as you do that, you're free to be here.
I'm thinking, as far as time-wise, I'm probably going to go until my leg trackers die. Which is probably like a good, maybe 40 minutes?
He said he's like, did you
Good evening.
when I mentioned sleeping in the library one time?
I'm afraid that I don't understand you, but I believe you're one of the dust bunnies I've been hearing about. It's very curious to see you up close.
Wait, this is my mug. Hold on, is there another mug? In the gamer zone? This is Banana Cola. This is... I don't even know how they found this.
You also seem rather large. I heard that they were a bit smaller.
We can do that afterwards.
I suppose there's always exceptions to the rule.
Points up at the plate.
This is an empty bowl of stew.
To an extra C.
Would you like the bowl?
Me. He grabs the bowl and like licks at it. He puts it on his head. Wears it like a hat.
That's the spirit. Though do remember, we need to give that back to the tavern keep afterward.
You see it's like over his eyes. You just can't see.
My hand this time around, I'm gonna fold. Also, Gobby, I do apologize for later today.
Pulls out, he like drops the bowl on the ground. Then pulls out like a notebook. He writes in it. And then he shows it to you. It's it says name question mark, but it's like really shitty handwriting.
Ah, right. How rude of me. Aballister Sterling.
Taps his chin, tries writing it down. It's your name, but it's so bad it's not even your name. It's just Ali Burb.
It's an admirable attempt. It is quite the mouthful.
I'm on the council now.
What am I doing?
I'm sorry, you're what?
You're on the what?
Since right now. What am I doing?
The poker council, yes.
Would you mind doing me a favor, little one? Would you mind handing that bowl over to the tavern keep for me? Thank you.
You and Otto seem to be very good at this.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna yeah, but you're a spirit, you know.
Really? You've never played before?
I've played a few times and I we are not the same. We are not.
How are yours then? If it's so great for the poker. Darn.
Much appreciated.
Cheers.
Me. He pulls out his notebook again. And he writes job question mark.
I'm down, I'm out.
I suppose by technicality at the moment unemployed, though I'm seeking a position as our scholar.
Is an anomaly.
He writes down, and then he shows you fancy outfit, smiley face.
I suppose it is a little bit fancy. It's just a humble travel garb.
He writes down, then shows you staying or going.
I think I'll be staying at least for a little while. I do have a room now.
She was trying to cause chaos.
Yes, she was.
Writes down and shows you a lot of people, and then points to the crowd.
It is indeed. They seem to be having a good night of relaxing, which I think some of them might need.
She seems very nice.
He just sent that mug to oblivion.
Pulls out his book again. Jokes? Question mark. Me.
Give me back
Hmm.
my leg. Give it back.
I suppose I somewhat know some jokes, though I'm more of a performer.
He writes down true for Bert? Question mark. Really bad spelling, but might understand what it means.
A musician. I sadly don't have any loot on me at the moment, but I would regale you if I had one.
He writes down how much for loot? Question mark.
Well, I was going to look into that tomorrow. I was going to see if I could requisition the general shop.
He pulls out a gold coin from his fur and like kind of shows it to you.
I couldn't possibly accept it.
He puts it back in his fur.
That is very appreciated, though.
Wait, hold on.
Mhm.
Alright, good. Actually, no, I don't want to do that.
What did I do?
I just want a new down some fun, I'm sorry. It was in the game, Mike! The game! The game!
Oh my goodness. Now I'm covered in cider.
Oh, you're second. You're fast, actually.
Well, at least you're not covered in rum.
True. Would you like some?
Oh god, right, it's my turn.
No.
I believe in you.
You know, supposedly Miss Layla was supposed to meet me here and buy me a drink. But she has yet to arrive. I think perhaps I might go searching.
Pulls out his book. Search together? Question mark.
Hmm. You know what? Why not? Let's go see what we can find. I think that's a new face.
Pardon.
Good
Sorry,
evening.
I'm in a rush.
Of course.
Hey,
Evening.
Alabaster? Was it?
Aballister.
Aballister.
A mouthful, I know.
I'm just gonna call you Sterling.
No problem.
How's your day?
Well, fairly good. I have some things lined up for potentially some jobs working as a scholar.
Okay, good for you then.
Indeed. Are you going to be joining your captain and other guards?
Well, I was gonna see who's in there, so yes.
They
If
seem
they're
to
in
be
there.
in the midst of some sort of poker game.
Okay then. Well, have a good night then.
Take care. I see. Last I saw, they were in the keep. Good evening. I lost them. Ah, there you are. I thought I lost you. Feels like we might be interrupting something important.
Yes, with the conversation.
There's a given, as you know.
Correct, but the conversation happened to the council today has proven the fact that if we don't change
I'm gonna
the
go
procedure-
home, and I won't be stabbing anybody unless they break in.
In which case,
It's not the stabbing part that is the problem, it's the assault in the streets that's the issue here. You can defend yourself at your own home, don't attack people in the
You can't
back
defend
streets.
yourself in the street, though. Yeah.
Was she hurting you?
She was
causing
putting
you
her hands
physical
all
pain?
over me. But no, she wasn't
Okay, well,
hurting
some
me.
people would consider that lucky.
Yeah, some people would consider that assault.
Fair enough.
I'm going home.
Because of course he's going home, because he always keeps on going home right after everyone.
Listen,
Your
if
work
what
is
he
certainly
says is
deserved.
true, then the person who's actually causing the problems here is Cece.
Yes, but
Clearly
he did in
there's
a
a
sense
problem with
antagonize.
CC as well.
In my opinion, the situation it was yes in his home defending. By our right. If you
I
assaulted him on
don't
the street,
fucking care about the goddamn home.
That's
Stop
what I'm
fucking
saying.
Welcome to
talking about it.
Leaf Side. Alarm ship goes down.
being insulted on the street, then yes, that is the issue. In which case, the weapons aren't the issue. It's the aggression.
We don't have
Again,
sights to see. We have conflict everywhere.
It would seem.
Not all the time.
Together.
What seems so triggered this
Not all
one?
the
Do
time.
the community service. You want to talk about punishment? Yeah.
Honestly,
There you go.
probably past
Wardens.
grievances.
Most of these
Apologies.
buildings haven't been rebuilt. Have them work with it. Work with the carpenters. Give them free labor. Maybe some of the freaking houses can be finished before, winter.
Been let go.
What the gathering?
Finally!
Yes.
Someone says it.
Mhm.
Why was he let go? Again.
He wasn't let go. He walked away. He technically resisting arrest.
He
'Cause I
walked
put out
away.
He
a
wasn't
report for his
resisting arrest on
Resisting
the charges of assault.
Yeah.
I was simply going to take away his weapons. Instead of being denied in a fucking cell.
You, however, do have a
multiple chances, and in the
If you stay here
interest
long enough,
of the mayor's
you can make a
future
whole play
enforcement of
about
the
this
law
town.
and the fact that I am
Make-
right-handed,
I swear.
I am authorized
I am
his
tempted.
arrest under any means.
This is not about me. I never actually stabbed someone illegally.
You will
I
spend the
accidentally
night
stabbed
in
someone
the cell.
once
If you
during a fair
resist,
duel.
take him by force.
There we go. All right. Next thing we have to do is talk to Cece because the instigator of all this
Amelia.
is actually Cece. It seems.
Yes.
You
Well,
wanna
someone just says good morning and someone else
Even
replies
might need
with,
your help.
oh, I'm gonna stab you.
Apprehending
I kinda
Erebos.
wonder exactly what's going on
Got
in
it.
there, you know?
Tyrion,
Oh dear.
if I may, suggestion for the situation, because we know that prisoners are going to work and they'll bitch and complain. CC and Erebos can't get along, make them. There's enough houses around this place that haven't been finished building and it's winter in a couple of months. Have the
Oh,
carpenters
prepare
get
for
help.
winter.
They're a bunch of capable bodies, are they not?
Fair enough. However, at this exact
Alrighty.
moment,
At
Erebos
this exact moment, it is your grounds.
Attack someone yesterday.
Yes,
Can't let that one slide.
I know.
Sorry.
That's all right.
She has voiced before that she could get that cells at any point. She's currently bound. She is currently bound. I currently have her hands bound. That's the best I can do.
You can be on it. But it is
No, I
easy to
can't!
go ahead.
What's this house again?
You don't understand, do you? I had one of the best, one of the worst days of my entire
needs to spend
existence
at least
here
a
at
night
Leafside. And that is the day in which I got stabbed and I was dying into the holes over there. No, that was nothing in front of this.
Okay?
That might be
He's been given
difficult.
every chance.
Mm.
Multiple
I
chances.
was there.
And as I understand it,
That was rough.
in the morning bed.
For which one?
I healed her.
Gently taking him out. Come on.
Oh, when she got stabbed. I was there.
Okay, I'm coming with
we
you.
were under
Yes, I am the.
siege.
You're gonna have to have your ears physically barked off of me. And I thought you were the dog.
She's
Yes.
leaving too.
Why are you being yelled at?
What?
Who's yelling at me besides her? She's upset, obviously. I feel like it's offensive if you try and copy her.
You think she's still on the couch
Oh, I made her blush.
in the Foreign Affairs office?
Yeah, I don't know what you said.
Don't worry about
Clearly
it.
she might have.
Huh.
Well,
Are we going?
Huh. Like that, the aggression breaks on. Maybe I had to believe that you.
well, those were the two that I'm after.
Well, no, I'm.
Are you feeling
Oh, well, you better catch them and
better now?
get your question asked.
Might as well. Take care.
Ethan!
Yes. And that's another thing I wish to talk to you about. We need to be
I
careful
almost
around
got
them.
eaten.
You.
No!
Go on. I'm listening.
They keep on. You know who people should actually be careful around? Erebus.
Absolutely.
Every
I
day,
agree.
he's almost stabbing someone.
I agree.
Every
and I do.
day. He never gets any sort of punishment for a consequence for their action. Never. He doesn't get put in
Neither-
jail. He doesn't get his weapons taken. I don't. Sorry, for me to insult guards, that was big, alright? I do like the guards. But damn, they're really not doing their job against Erebus. Meanwhile, you have Tell. Tell has never hurt anyone. I have never seen Tell take on unjustified aggression.
Calm.
They seem busy.
Tell take on unjustified aggression. I have seen Tell only be sort of respectful to people. Sometimes she doesn't want to talk to them, and she just leaves. Other times she talks to them. She is respectful, sure. And I was the first one to see her some kind of enemy as she joined. Remember? I was the first one that didn't like her. I just started liking her because she hung around the library, and I was also in the library, and we started to
In a
share some
funny
nights.
sense. Your instincts to be afraid might have been correct. Recent light of the situation. I was in the meeting this morning. In fact, I was one of the advisors to what's going on.
Yeah, and I should have been there, but I wasn't there because apparently, even though I am the deputy magistrate, no one really gives a shit, right? And I'm not supposed to even say that word.
For the record, not even Blake said much. He said only what was necessary at certain times. It was, in a sense, not a lot of argument. But it is clear that we need to be cautious. We're not saying to kill, we're not saying to maim or kick out, but we must be cautious. And that is true even of Erebos. Those that can be seen or as threats, those that can cause problems, must be seen and dealt with caution. If you were nearly eaten by Luna, you were not
A lot of
first.
waiting for windows of conversation.
She tried to eat many.
Today has been a day of patience.
And I asked them to be careful. It's under Tyrion's purview at the moment to
Evening.
watch them and to make sure they abide by the rules like everyone else. He was called out for showing favoritism. I've done it. Tyrion's a good man, sometimes too good. And there's such a thing.
I know. I trust in Tyrion. I have nothing against Tyrion at all, or his friends. I really do enjoy them. They have
But
offered me
that's
chocolate
the
multiple
lie in it.
times.
His friends are with him in the guard. A biased forms. They're swayed. They trust themselves more than the law. They get away with more often. Then you see where corruption's not always bad. It is the inability to follow the rules and laws set by everyone else and putting yourself above it. That is a potential to happen.
I see where the concern is, and I see why the council is so concerned about this.
I'm not going to judge what you guys do. All I'm gonna say is that this, from my outsider point of view, not as a major part involved in these two factions, is that I feel like a lot of this is based on conjecture, and only one of them has really proven that conjecture to be really warranted.
One has.
And I feel like you guys are generalizing way too much is my issue. And let me continue. My major issue with this is not even the generalizations. That is an issue that I have just because of my heritage. My issue with it is the fact that similar things have happened before in the past with a person named Erebos, and he did not get this treatment.
That is correct.
Exactly.
And that has been brought up as well. There was a discussion about the guards being in this town. Not just about Anathema, but them as a whole. Do believe that. Yes, the Anathema are a top target, excuse me. But it's not the only one. Believe me, I was in that room, and I know the fact that Erebos' name was thrown around more than once.
I didn't even know that. I just have an issue because I knew that. Yeah.
That is fair. You were not privy to the knowledge of going on up in there. And that's understandable. That's where you're coming from. I might be one who is cautious, but I am one who's also logical in that situation. I understand you don't know all the words. Not everyone will. There's a lot of words said.
You guys were up there for a while.
Yes, there was a lot of information to divulge, in which case stuff that, well, probably should have been told sooner.
That's a trend I'm noticing around here. Is people don't really say things until after like instead of saying things preemptively, they wait until the very last second when they absolutely need to.
It's why I incited the meeting should happen, and information was finally divulged where it should have been. It still doesn't put a great light on it, but it puts more. But that being said, it's still a reason for us to be even more cautious. As much as we say the fact of there is one of the three causing issues, that's not the case elsewhere, in which case it's more than one. It seems to be a handful, apparently. Reports of it all over the place. And so we just don't know if it is just a matter of time, or if maybe they are different. Who knows? Time will tell.
All I'm saying, as somebody who is on... I wouldn't say friend terms because I don't really think she has as many friends, but I would say that she is more amicable to me than a lot of people. You can tell specifically is who I'm talking about. She literally sat there on that bench right over there and said to me, I do not even know what this one does not know what an anathema is. This one does not know if she is an anathema. And then she said, this one believes that, but then I heard about the Luna thing at the same time that this conversation was happening. And I said, oh, did Luna turn back to normal? And then she said, Luna has never been normal.
Technically, they've never been normal. None of them are, from what we could tell.
But no. But then I said, "Oh, do you mean?"
Luna is.
I mean, I get that, but specifically the context is in the conversation of them, and I'm like, "Oh, do you mean in relative to everybody else, or in relative to you guys?" And she'd said, "Yes. Luna has been different than them from the very beginning." And I can attest this because she's just been generally a lot more aggressive to begin with.
From what I can tell, Luna's was a different situation. Despite the fact of, well, Luna's rapid aggression, it's more or less possibly due to her situation.
Oh my.
As we know, Luna, or the entity known as Luna, attached herself to Scylla some centuries ago and was bound until she broke it. We tried to help Syl, not Luna, Seluna, because she was the one who came to me, at least, scared. To this
I've
day, I do
heard
not know
Saluna.
who
Was
I
that
talked to.
referring to. I did not
Saluna
realize.
was.
I see.
Yes. Saluna was who she was.
Sir,
Luna took the name Luna.
as you can
Evening.
see,
Thus
this
referred
town
to
is
the elf.
filled with situations. You know, I would watch out for the weirdo called Erebus with like one eye and always shitty attitude.
You mean
Yeah.
the fellow that just went past?
Just watch out for that.
Luna to take more control.
Yeah, the fellow that was pretty much
Was
getting
the
arrested.
downfall and the ending of Syl.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Might
From all
say
we know,
something.
And I was actually looking
This
forward
is
for
information that I haven't
our
told
singing in our
literally anyone.
tavern situation.
Please do not
Should we
do
put
that.
it off till
Unfortunately, I
tomorrow
have
then?
things to do
Because
tonight.
it's like a really touchy subject.
Yeah, of
and
course.
It really doesn't change anything because this is so
Very
Oh
well.
wait,
ago, but,
tomorrow we have a
do you
mission.
remember that first day I came into town?
Perhaps afterward.
And
I do intend on trying to help in
Right.
that mission.
You ended up being. Didn't you poison yourself first day?
Of course,
Yeah,
right
that's
afterward that
exactly.
mission, we're gonna meet
But
at the
do you
tavern,
remember
even
how
not
I
the
started,
tavern,
like,
even in front of
coughing
the
up
tree. We're
black
just gonna
goo and bleeding
show
from my
off each other's
eyes?
talents. I would
Yes,
love to do
I
that.
remember.
That wasn't from the poster.
Indeed.
I have not met many other bards, entertainers,
When
so I'm
you
actually quite
entrusted Luna, who
fond
was
of meeting
taking
someone
care
like you.
of me and brought me to the thing with the antidote. That
Same to you.
File you had. She.
Same to you, I tip my little horn.
She
Yeah.
emptied it out and filled it with her own blood and force fed it to me.
So, I will see you soon. I must accompany the
You
gentleman
just
over there, who
confirming
is my magic mentor.
My fears.
He's quite talented with that stuff of his.
She has a sadistic side.
Right.
And
Yeah.
she's very capable of
He
hiding
can do-
that.
He can do magic, don't worry about it.
Coincides.
I'll take your word
I
for
am
it.
glad you understand my jokes as an entertainer. I'm glad you.
This is why I'm.
Yeah,
This is
anyways.
why I recommend that people be.
And I do have
I
one
shall
question
return
for
to
him
the
before
side.
I retire for the
I
night.
don't blame you for that. You are
Oh,
just
what is
doing
it?
What
I don't know.
are in a
I'm curious.
position where you need
Well,
to
I was curious about any sort of scholarly position that might be open for the town.
taking that. I'm not
Scholarly
blaming you.
position.
I know a lot of people like to do this jump to blame
Indeed.
game
Perhaps
thing,
I
like
could
you do it.
make some coin by
So many games
offering
where
with my
person
scholarly
gets
services.
Nobody's getting a full picture of anything.
That's quite
Like,
interesting.
people
You
are
should definitely
happy.
speak to him about it. Yes.
Yes, thank you. for
Indeed.
that,
I
by
will
the way.
grant you a moment with him before me and him leave to learn
I don't even
magic.
know where that came from. I
That
don't
is
know where-
much appreciated.
But yes.
Well,
Hmm?
you said
He
that I
pulls out his
sleep with
notebook
my
and
hat
starts
up
writing
my
it.
sleeve, and
I
I
sleep with your hat
And then
on.
shows it to you. And it just says apprentice question mark.
I'm like, yeah, why? Oh my
Hmm.
god.
But it's really badly like written. It's just all of it's incorrect.
That's what Thomas said.
Perhaps. I'll see what positions that they have available.
And then
I said
and
you
then
sleep
they
with
really
your-
ran up and you
And
know.
here we go over the situation. And as your own example of telephone. I said you sleep
Come
with your
here.
hat
I
on.
actually missed you.
'Cause you
Come
never
here.
see you take it
Come
off,
here.
honestly.
Come here. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Good mood. You've missed so much this morning. I actually got kind of beat up this morning, but it's fine. I'm still somewhat limping around, but it's okay.
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Is that
I
more?
think he's using his air magic to scoot around. Yeah. Don't worry about him.
I made a ball of air and I'm riding in.
He's scooting around. I knew it. I
Oh.
knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
No, I don't have a driver's
didn't see
license.
that. You didn't
I'm
see
blind.
I actually
I
did.
may be blind, but I can still drive.
Yes. What was that situation before when you started to wave at me and we waved at each other for like a good 2 minutes?
Oh, I just do that. Before.
One day I'm gonna have to join you and we're gonna just wave at people and kind of
I just wave at people until they wave back at me, and then you were like,
Right, I think now's a good time.
well, if she's not gonna
And you
stop
were
waving
just
back,
going
I'm not gonna
stronger
stop
and I was
waving
going
Excuse me,
stronger
Mr.
and
Thomas.
you stopped. Yeah, that was something. That was
Yes.
a moment for sure.
I was
Anyways,
pointed
I'm
your
gonna go
direction.
lay down now
Do take
in
care.
my new house.
I was curious if there's currently any positions open for something of a scholarly type. in the town?
Scholarly type, I would say for me, I already have 3 hires. I'm not sure I could bring much more. That library's not that big in the end. It's more or less my math. As for a scholar, a scribe might be something the council needs. I don't think they have a scribe to keep track of all the stuff that comes in and out.
I don't know what to call them.
That could certainly be a service I
Need a
provide.
scribe that also helps.
Those.
I would ask the Blake. Actually,
They
Layla,
move. Oh,
as a person who is accompanied to Blake as a magistrate, do you know if he's inquiring for a scribe, a scholar scribe of sorts?
that's actually quite interesting. I believe it would be a great addition to the team.
There you go.
You should
Well,
definitely try to speak to Blake.
He's a
probably
bard.
still
A
in
bard
there.
and a scribe. Wait a minute.
Hey.
You're a bard. Do you
Indeed.
write
He's
stories
also
about
entertainer.
interesting things that you've seen?
That I do. I try to catalog what I've seen.
So, have you heard about the thing that's going to be happening pretty soon?
Do you
You're
mean
going to
the
try and tell him to
expedition?
go into the Vale with you, hmm?
I am.
Don't
So
get us
there's a
killed.
magical forest called the Vale that takes over a lot of this continent, right?
Indeed. I am currently trying to assign myself to the mission.
Depending
I
who you're
think
trying
the
to go
cooler
with.
thing to go to, you should come with the Death Lail, because we have some cool stuff we're going to be doing.
Look, all I want to know is the Mana Stones. Arvis told me about them and I wanted to see them.
Holy shit, he told you too? Oh, dude, I'm so excited. I'm the one that told Arvis, and I was like, you don't bid... And then, like, everybody I told it to just didn't understand. But then I told Arvis, he's like, wait, that's fucking huge. That's actually massive.
No, yes. A concentration of mana that's not in a crystallized
You're gonna have to
form.
tell
Yes,
my
that's
story.
rather big.
You're gonna have to sing of my tales instead. We already have agreed on such a...
Oh, he didn't tell you. He probably forgot
You must
to
tell
tell you.
my stories. You know,
The
from
only thing he
bard to
told me was
bard,
the
you
fact
have
of
to
its
make
mana,
me also
concentrated mana
kind of
without the
famous in
crystallized
other
form, which is
places,
definitely rare.
right?
It does not form, at least not
Of
in
course.
For
that
me
I've
to begin
seen.
my bard career. Indeed,
So-
indeed. So maybe you should come with our team.
It's bigger than that. You know
It seems
how
I'm
you
torn
can-
between
Yeah,
choices.
think of this one too.
No.
Indeed.
They have runes on them.
Oh yeah, you can definitely do that. Like another bard in the making, in my opinion.
I don't think that's possible to carve
Yeah.
runes onto something like that. So
Moot and the suit or something.
there's no recorded instance of something
Is
like
there
that
a
in
bard?
history.
Yeah. Do you like that bard name?
No.
Moot and the suit. Yeah.
Have you seen? You saw Luna. You saw Luna. You did that.
Let's
You
go.
squiggle, the little squiggle hand symbol on her hand.
Amazing. The lens.
That-
will know
that
about
though
your
beats to a
name.
That
That was
language that I
on
can
one of
understand.
them, and then she ate it.
Co-creature friend.
Apologies, what was the rune inscribed on?
It was a
Did you
a
get
mana,
a chance to
literal,
read it?
perfect spherical mana stone.
Did you
Intriguing.
get to read it before
It
she
was
ate it?
literally the symbol that's on her hand.
The symbol is a situation, a translation of some type of dark magic to that point, though. So why would that show up in the veil as a pure stone? That doesn't make any sense in that situation. Unless it's no, it'd be fine, but fine to that point wouldn't make sense. Because that would just be oh, that actually.
Oh.
Exactly. I need to know more. There's so many. The- regardless of even the crazy implications of what it could be, just the fact that something like that has a rune on it to begin with, regardless of any of the other implications. Do you know how
And it's
big
something
it would be to be able to put runes on mana crystals?
In a sense, you can describe it somewhat, but what you're explaining is not even crystals. That's the thing. They're writing on the mana almost.
Exactly. And you can't even do it on a crystal, let alone on... So, even being able...
In the tavern.
You should actually see what Esme is able to do with the Velium tools. With the correct things, you actually can inscribe into crystals. It's dangerous, but it has proven to work.
It was we put in a gold each, and I got a gold and
It's huge already, but it's not practical. I'm saying, like, this is, like, perfect. This is not, like, dangerous. It doesn't look like... It looks
I gotta bother Mrs.
exquisite. Like somebody just painted on it.
Just looking through the
Mr. Sterling,
but there's no
just before, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just need to say one thing. There is a rug in the library. That's Mr. Ori's rug. Please don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. Because he's very protective.
Touch it.
Touch it.
Of course.
It's the one in the very back. Alright?
Don't touch it.
Duly
Touch the
noted.
rug at the very back.
No, don't touch the bug.
I
If
already
you touch the bug, I
touched it.
cannot guarantee your clothes will be unstained.
I already touched
Right.
it. And he watched me touch it, and he was like, "You touched my rug."
He gets
You got
very
one warning.
sad. It's all he has. It's his home.
It's when you take it that's the one problem. I saw him kick 3 doors down looking for it.
Yes.
Hmm.
I was there actually. It's a whole
Can
thing.
you give me more caramel?
Yes. I had to pay for one of those doors.
Here's a small
Hey, Thomas.
Thank you so much.
Mm.
How come the biggest houses you guys have in town are 3-bedroom
I'll
houses?
treasure these.
That you would need to talk to the carpenters, not me.
Okay.
I just own it.
Another one caramel.
Because I was like, give me the biggest place you have, and there was one 3-bedroom place left. And I was like,
Well, there's not a lot of property, is there? I mean, it's kind of a small town, mostly small town, to be honest.
Some of the
Not
houses
like
still
we
never got
have-
rebuilt.
Great caramel.
It's not like we have skyscrapers and mansions. They're all built on top of each other.
what's a skyscraper?
Right, they're not like like towers.
Like an Astana.
Like I've seen or heard stories.
Yeah,
Yes,
how about
like
say
I've
the
heard
Astana
stories
Tower?
of in the capital they have towers that like scrape the sky. That's what they call
They're
them.
marvelous sights.
Well, why would you need to do that when you can just go above the sky?
A bit of a flower. And no milk.
Okay, well,
No milk.
know where that's
milk.
coming from.
Just water.
Not everyone can do that. They kind of kill anyone who does.
You should put milk in it. I don't.
At least rumors say they kill them all.
See,
Fair.
It's more of like a heart
I do drink
Also, for the
milk,
record, you
even
might want to
though
keep
I'm
that down
vegetarian.
a little
I
bit,
don't
just a
eat
tiny
meat,
bit.
But the milk I
Still not a lot of sympathy for that around here.
You know what? I don't understand.
We won't
Why
be.
do people drink the milk?
People
from
already
other
think I'm
animals?
crazy to begin with.
I don't think
Fair.
it gives any
Very
like,
fair.
health advantages
Anyway.
to another person.
I saw that your
I'm
game
hearing
might have got cut
that-
short due to
I don't know.
legal
You
issues.
might get
Does it?
nutrients
Not
from
mine.
it.
It's
I'm gonna go
more
lay down in my
to be honest.
3-bedroom house now. I'll see you.
Yeah,
It was a
CC
pleasure.
and-
Was having fun.
Better.
Yes,
CC did not heed my
heard she
warning.
got
One more time, I just want to make sure I remember your name correctly.
Captain
Aballister
Tyrion's
Sterling.
house when he was told that she was multiple
Sterling.
times.
I love it. I love it. And once again, the Celica.
Nice.
Indeed.
You might take my suggestion. He says, well, what can I do about it? I'm like, well, they're not getting along, so make them
Take
get
care.
along. Then community service
the
week a
shits
little
for
good
like
for them.
5
They
hours.
have to work together, right?
I think.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Yeah,
Erebus
something
would do
like
it, I don't think he'd do it, but maybe.
Oh, the torture is the fact that he's going to be stuck to CC. So he either gets along with CC or he'll lose his mind.
Not even B.
No.
Maybe.
That's quite strong, actually. I am allergic to stuff.
Look, the only other thing I can think of doing is
Stop me.
find how binding him to his home or something,
That-
but that has other issues.
Logic is not sound. You would hurt
Sure.
yourself. It's like
It's
No,
a situation we
that is
have.
the
We have
contrary
people
of that-
who have
the contrary
tendencies,
of that
and
logic.
what do you do?
What stops people, okay? I have allergies. Do I let them stop me? No.
Look, the council meeting this
I
morning
enjoy
was
life.
not
What?
grand,
They were looking
and honestly pointed a
I
lot of
thought
fingers at the
so.
guard for not doing the job.
I thought so,
Which-
which is why I kind of wanted Captain Tyrion to have a break, and everyone kept
probably grew out most of my
hounding him. Oh, guy.
I was allergic to eggs. Not anymore.
I laid off after I saw the fact of my words cut deep. I liked him.
Everyone's
He's a
words
good
are cutting
guy.
deep. Everyone keeps complaining,
Not
and he
anymore.
can
I grew out of
only
it.
enforce what the council wants.
The only thing I wanted from him is to be cautious.
How did you
Treating a possible dangerous person as a puppy
So
is not
when
good.
Grows up, sometimes their body chemistry changes, and then things that they were allergic to before disappears.
Shoot, that reminds me, I forgot to.
Is that something humans
Or
do?
some,
I'll have to do it
yeah,
next time.
or sometimes you
Actually,
get more
wait,
allergic to a
never
certain
mind.
thing, or
I'll be back.
you get allergic to something new. It
How do
depends
you-
how.
Did anybody die?
Is it like
Who's
shedding
dead?
skin for humans or something?
I don't believe anyone yet so far.
Nobody died. No, like giant werewolves out of nowhere. No, like I don't know, a bat. Or, like,
Not
a
that I'm
dragon
aware of.
swooped by and like.
But
picked
there
up
was a
man.
strange bird somewhere.
A strange bird. I already fucked with the strange bird. His name is Marvin. We decided.
to the strange bird?
Me.
Alright, is anybody
We caught
dying
it
or
and then
dead?
we
Is there
let
any
it go.
emergency situations that we should be aware of?
Seems calm here.
Layla.
Cool. Thank
Oh, did you
Christ.
say
Let's
Sally?
keep that
Emergency
up.
situation?
Am I still the bad
no,
person?
we didn't.
No, there is
We've been playing cards
We
for
were
like
playing poker and card games, and we just wanted to know if there was any problems when we were looking
angry,
at
guys. I
leave the
realized
table and the
something.
world
Of
was
all
going to
of
be
you,
broken
when
or
we
something.
standing like
Yeah,
that.
have a marble. Toss
No,
one.
she's
None
fine.
of you
No,
is
some
a
people are
hard
down
worker.
in the jail
None of
cells
you
doing
can
their own thing
understand.
right now.
Either I
I need to
become
think about
angry
the
and
no-hole replacement of
problematic, or I'm
the
probably weaker than
gate
you.
at the very bottom, you know,
And
the
I'm
one
not
that
talking
was
about-
pouring with
That doesn't
anathemas
mean
at one
anything.
point. You could maybe make sure it's not
Also,
protected with their blood.
the guard safe got
are you saying you're weak?
broken this morning too, so we need some help with that. Are you saying I'm weak?
Broken into.
No, I heard you say.
Oh, it wasn't really broken into. The first layer was snapped, so we're gonna need a replacement bar or that or something.
rocket.
No one can
Right, just
understand. I am into that.
replacement bar, I can do that as well.
It's not a phase.
When are you?
I could
Just
get
write
that
it
done
down.
by.
Candy, I'm happy with that. Oh,
Wait,
Get
do you
that down.
think?
I got some focus that I need
Do
to
you
do for the
think
night.
I got
I can work on
strong
that
just
by
you know,
tomorrow.
Being strong.
Worst case scenario, the day after tomorrow. I
I
got
got
it
my
done.
ass
what
kicked.
the fuck are we
so
gonna
many
do without
times
you,
to
Ben?
drink.
What the fuck are we
I
gonna
have
do
no
without
idea.
Ask Phoenix.
I got my
Ask
ass
the other
kicked daily.
blacksmith.
So true.
But I got beaten up and I beat them back.
Oh, and also the clinic's plumbing is fucked too. I don't know any plumbers there. I mean,
What happened to the clinic? Like some
we
punch
were
break,
trying
or-
to make health potions and mana potions. Unfortunately, the potion started to bubble in the wrong way and they all about to explode. So I poured one down the sink.
My brain is less scrambled, but it's still
I didn't want to
scrambled.
explode the clinic in general.
No,
Better
you're
down
fine.
there
I
than
just
everything
need to-
else.
Might be time to go and
I need to figure out a way. Potentially, I need
Might be time to
to.
go rest
I
then.
mean, replacing the pipes will
Is
be
it?
guaranteed
You
at
think
this
so?
point.
It's getting
but
there.
Just
It's
depends on
getting
how
there.
deep into the wall it goes potentially.
We'll have to fight another time. I'm sorry. Like, Lynn
I
kind of
did
gave
turn
me
on
a
the
big.
water, so I might have flushed all the way through. But let's just hope for the best and see how it goes. I'll help you out with
Could
it.
it-
Let's go.
You
I mean,
could
you're
have
actually the first person
flushed
who's
it
done
I'm
that.
going
down,
to
but it
teach
also
you a
means that
few
the
things on
potential
sword fight.
corrosion or what would have happened also flushed further down. So, if
Oh,
that's gonna
I'll
be a
help
little
you
bit,
out
that's gonna
with
be a
it.
story,
It's
but
my
it's fine.
fault.
That's
I'm
fine,
okay.
Sally. No, you rest yourself for now. Got your arm, got everything. You'll be fine.
sword fight together.
I'm gonna need to work on some things as well. I'm gonna be busy with tonight. I'm gonna work with Millie's commission, part of it at least, and also the gas mask specifically for the veil as soon as possible.
The veil mission, yeah, absolutely. That is rather important.
I'll get that
Hey,
figured
I
out.
gotta go inside. Love you, man.
I'm gonna go.
You're in love, you're fine.
No.
Oh, actually, Mr. Bing,
Oh yes, what can I do for you, love?
I was pointed your direction about getting a mask for the veil.
Let's go.
Right. Also, wanted to join the veil mission. Understood. Fair enough. I just need you to do me a favor then, specifically since you're new in town. Generally, I have a little bit more of a thing. Could I measure your head real quick?
Of course.
Wonderful. Just take that head off. I can get that done. I know these fingers might be a little bit scary when they're around your face, but don't worry, I'm a professional.
I trust you.
Just... Okay. Okay, and then I might need to do for your chin. Could you lift your head up a little bit? Right, need to make sure to measure that. Okay. Right, okay, size, head width. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Yeah, I can get that done by tomorrow as well. I might need to double time that a little bit. I need to start early. Still, since it's a commission, 9 silver pieces.
9 silver. I
This will
believe I
include
can
the
manage
filter-
that.
This will... Wonderful. It will include the filters as well for the time being. If the filters run out, get break or whatever it may be, replacement filter costs 2 silver.
Right, good to note. Is there a time that they usually last for?
Usually they last for a longer time, but depending on how much exposure you have to spores in the veil, might cause it to be more rapidly decay. So it more depends on the areas of the veil you might want to visit.
Right. Very well, in that case, I'll try to avoid anything
I
too
think
thick.
unless you're basically staying there for an entire week, that's a different story. Then the filters might start to cut very short on that front. But if you just take a quick detour, quick visit, 20-minute adventure type thing, you should be fine with the filter that's going to be built in.
Very well. I As long as it's long enough to work for the whole expedition, then it should be fine.
Should be fine on the front. Just again, be careful. They are still, they're not like, they can break. If you get hit in the face too much, either to a creature biting you, slashing you, whatever, there is the chance that the filter or the mask might break. Keep that in mind. Defend your face more than your body, because once the mask is gone, the filter is broken, and the spores start kicking in, that's where you start to hallucinate. And that's not what you want to have in the Vale.
Noted. Don't worry. I'm used to protecting my face, as it were.
I can believe that. Just want to keep that in mind for yourself. Alright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bing.
Right, I said, did you have the 9 silver? You just gave those
Oh.
to me, or did you,
Yes, I should have it right here.
Of course, thank you.
There you are.
For me, when it comes to doing business with me, for you to know in the future, no matter what commission you have, always pay up front. I'll give you the time, I'll give you the guarantee that it's going to be done, but I always like to be paid up front.
Absolutely. Very understandable.
Of course. Well, regardless of that, please do, if you do step out into the Vale, get yourself equipped with some potions as well, and with enough people to sort of, perhaps some smaller snacks and, rations for the time being while you're out there. Anything else, do stay safe, by all means.
Absolutely. Thank you very much again, Mr. Bing.
By all means, pleasure is all mine.
Everything's finished. And then he shows you.
Yeah, alongside it, it's
It's a drawing of you, but it's like a
some
stick.
reason why there is a distinction.
Beautiful. Little rounder on the gut area.
Righty.
and be
I
perfect.
think I'll be retiring for the evening, Miss Esmeralda. Thank you very much for your hospitality.
There you
Of
go.
course. Anytime. Let me know if you need anything. I can get you more bedding from the attic.
Right
if need
on.
be.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hangman Gallo.
Me.
And there we have it. Ooh. Oh, did my leg die? I think that was just in time. Got one leg down. All right. So there we have it, our first day. We've made some good, whatchamacallit, some good progress. Let me slap that up there. So yes, I'm going to hopefully, as soon as I get the model fully finished, which will hopefully be done this week, I'm going to be planning on shooting a little video and editing it together as a kind of idea of the greater story of Mr. Sterling here. And hopefully that will reveal some interesting details, if you might be wondering what he's up to and why exactly he's here. As not all is exactly what it seems. But yes, I'm going to be ending stream here. I hope you all enjoyed watching. I will be back again this Saturday with the next episode of Neon Divide Alternative. And then I'll be back again, of course, next Monday with the episode 2 here of Aballister on the Seed. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a lovely night, and I will see you again very, very soon. Take care.